much work done.
I have a wonderful electronic invention I want you to see.
pulls in on the flankers first.
This FlyQuest doing their best to just hide in hell off of what they had, and
trying to hop on. Misu goes for the first Alexis popping off, and Alexis!
Quest are doing the damn thing.
Now you have a stun you have to deal with too. Managing to dodge that has to take a fight. Snaps. Oh, it's Aria with the Ronin again. Lace has to do it on their own, and Lace saves the day for FlyQuest. Welcome to Valorant Game Changers North America. It is a pleasure to have you guys joining us for that. We've got a lot of Valorant ahead of us. We're going to have a really damn good show to go along with it. I'm Doug. With me is, as always, the outrageously good-looking Baby Bay. Dre, we got some matches, brother. And honestly, I'm not gonna lie to you. When you look at team records for both matches today, when you look at story for both these teams today, we're gonna have a good time, man.
It's complete opposites, right? You have two teams fighting for their life in this Swiss stage, and then you have two teams that are kind of fighting for that top spot. So yeah, it's gonna be very exciting. First elimination match of the Switch stage, and I can't wait to get into it, man.
And I feel like these are the silly ones. This is where the funny stuff, the whimsy stuff tends to happen. But if you are just joining us for the first night, welcome. We're so glad to have you. You've missed a lot. In fact, we've got a little video for you to catch you up on all the happenings and all that's going on. Take a watch.
Welcome to Valorant Game Changers North America. It is day 3. I'm here with Zobi. I am ribbing from the third. Zobi, we are ready to get some amazing games today. We got some 2-0s on the docket. I am super excited. Are they ready for the second one? Peek. Oh, it's still the right one. You gotta be kidding me, Star. Clock ticks down into the impossible land zone. Oh, Zev! Zev! Oh my God!
okay, Thea.
Getting a little weird. It's getting a little weird. Oh, now it's up to Lydia. Oh, it's the shot from Lace. The Vandal comes through.
Spike down B. 1 enemy remaining. Get out of my way. Spike down B. 1 enemy remaining. Thrifty. 1 enemy remaining. Standing. Tragic. 1 enemy remaining. Clutch. One enemy remaining. Face your fear! Spike planted. 1 enemy remaining. Last player standing. 3. 1 enemy remaining. 8.
And so that sets the stage for what we have for the next couple of hours tonight. Again, if you are still joining us, we're a couple of days into the Swiss stage, and we've got 2 really good matches ahead of us today. Every single match that you see in the middle column there is going to be happening across a couple different channels. We will be covering up first the 0-3 versus 0-3 match, and then later on in the second match of the night, we'll be covering the 3-0 match between Shopify Rebellion and FlyQuest. So, Dre, you were saying it. We've got in a lot of ways opposites as far as kind of the road on how we've gotten here, but in some ways, the desire to kind of take care of business, if you will, is the exact same.
Yeah, it's gonna be a lot of emotional weight on this, right? I mean, there's a lot going on. Resilience and pressure. Who's gonna bend? Who's gonna break? Who's gonna step up to the plate? Who's gonna be the most clutch for both matches today? And it's just going to be so exciting. I mean, even that hype video, it just gets the blood pumping for you. You know what I mean? Like, this is why we love Valorant. Moments like that we get to see, those clutches, everything. And who's going to be the one that is not going to succumb to the nerves and make those plays to play to win?
as we were mentioning earlier, you see the schedule graphic on your screen. Up first, we will be taking care of Catnappers versus Evolution. And then there are 3 other matches that are taking place simultaneously across all the different channels. You are more than welcome to pull up every single channel and support Game Changers. And then after this, we'll have another set of 4 matches. And the one we will be covering once again will be Shopify Rebellion up against FlyQuest Red. But all of that said, let's start talking about rosters. Again, if you have not joined us, this is going to be Catnappers up against Evolution. Both teams are coming into this series at 0-3. Both teams fighting to stay alive in the Swiss stage, Dre.
Yeah, it's like the new gen of GC players. I mean, and both sides have made a bunch of roster changes. I think Catnappers are a little bit, a little bit older of a team than Evolution. But I mean, it's still just anything's up for grabs. It's going to be insane. I think it's going to be some big pop-off moments from either side. And I think you're right. It's going to be a little bit whimsical. I think that we're going to see a lot of crazy plays being made. And I think it's necessary. And both these teams that are playing first, they're both coming off of map wins on Lotus specifically. So we could probably assume that that's going to be a map that's going to be played. And I think that's going to be a gigabanger.
Yeah. And we'll get maps here in just a moment. I am also being told that, as always, there's a little bit of surprise going on. It sounds like both teams are fielding a couple of different rosters, maybe due to the fact that both teams are 0-3, maybe due to the fact that both teams are fighting for tournament life and have failed to find any semblance of success. And so maybe this is exactly the recipe you need. Dre, given to someone who's been in the competitive scene for a long time and has competed themselves, what does a last-second roster change do in a moment such as this when you're looking at chemistry and you're looking at timings and you're looking at things of that nature?
I will say sometimes the grass isn't always greener. I learned that from experience firsthand, but sometimes when the pressure is just mounting on you like that and it's a do or die, you kind of make a Hail Mary play, whether that's in game. Sometimes it's out of game with roster changes, right? And you just got to hope that you hit that honeymoon phase and everything goes perfectly and you make a run, right? Because you have to make a run at this point.
Yeah, again, both teams 0-3, both teams looking for a little spark, looking to hit the honeymoon stage, and hopefully the sun does not set on their tournament runs. And then again, if we can get you a little bit excited for what's going on later today, both teams undefeated in Shopify Rebellion, and then in FlyQuest, both teams that have clashed so many times. And Shopify obviously is such a prolific name in the game changer scene. It's winning it. I mean, the accolades just go on and on and on. So we're gonna have a really good match later on as well. But we are checking in on the rosters for this match today for Catnappers. You take a look on your screen, and honestly, there were a couple of these names in the highlight video that we just saw. They got some shooters, man. Yeah.
Lilac. That was insane what we just saw out of the jet play. And by the way, this has nothing to do with gameplay at all.
You didn't talk about the
Sage
team logo? Oh,
the team logo is sick. But Sage, what a sick name. The way that it's written out, I had to understand how should I pronounce their name. But that is the coolest name I think I've seen in Valorant, just because of how it is written out. So sick. I mean, sick.
I honestly hard to agree with you. Pretty dope name, pretty dope team logo. And again,
I love cats.
For Catnappers, you gotta figure something out, right? I mean, you maybe it's tweaking the roster, maybe it's tweaking the whatever it is, but there is no time like the present for Catnappers. And again, as we've been talking about a little bit, it is the exact same for Evolution on the other side of the proverbial stage.
Yeah, Evolution has been a team that's, changed rosters quite a bit. They were formed mainly for this Swiss stage, right? So I kind of like the way that they have, I know this is a total Van silly joke, but I kind of like the way that they've evolved in the terms of their compositions.
Brother.
I know I had to do it, but it's so true. I like the compositions that they're running. There's a lot of Clove that's being played, a lot of double controller with it, right? So I'm just a big fan of Clove in this meta. We were just watching Ye pull off some ridiculous things on maps like Lotus on that Clove. So clearly it's a character that can be played very efficiently, and if you're not ready for it, it's kind of like a pseudo duelist, and it's something that I feel like Evolution has been trying to lean more on, at least in their last match.
Yeah, Clove just has so much self-autonomy, right? And maybe honestly, let's say it feels like the kid is very selfish in that, you're smoking for your teammates, but there's a lot of self-agency that you have. And And then you can afford to play a little bit recklessly because your team can still play around where you died, and you can still smoke the map, and you can still provide a lot of value from the other side of things. So it really is a good setup. I've liked a lot of Clove and a lot of the Clove gameplay that we've seen as well. And there's a really good reason to think we're going to see that today on top of that. Now, what everyone's been waiting for. Let's talk about maps. Let's see where things are going to be going down in this ever pivotal elimination best of 3 between Catnappers and Evolution. You were mentioning, Dre, that there has been map success for Lotus on both sides.
From both sides, yeah.
Lo and behold, color me shocked. That's where we're going for map 1.
Yeah, I definitely expected this one. Like I said, Evolution likes to run that double controller on this map with the Teo, with the Breach. And I believe it's Neon along with that. So a lot of flexibility in composition there. I mean, maybe they'll switch things up. Like we said, we don't really know for sure with the agents quite yet, but I'm excited to cast the Sunset, Doug. I feel like it's been an eternity since we've got to witness this map. Now it's back in rotation. Everyone's been playing it in ranked. It's been a breath of fresh air, honestly. That's going to be very exciting.
Yeah, I mean, Sunset, you mentioned it. We haven't seen it in a little while. And honestly, given the schedule of how competitive the year can be and how kind of relentless it can be as far as the demand on the players, you kind of wonder how much teams have been drilling maps that have been out of the rotation for a little while, you know?
Right, yeah, and you wonder if we're going to see some like crazy compositions, right? We don't really know what to expect. Obviously, we're probably going to be seeing some Teo, I would imagine, because I just feel like that character would probably be very good on a map like Sunset. Breach was already played previously in a lot of other metas, right? So I'm very excited to see what both these teams are going to cook up in terms of that on this map of Sunset. We're definitely going to get there, so that's going to be cool. And then the decider is going to be Pearl. I mean, Pearl, man. Goddamn Pearl, Doug.
Pearl has just offered a lot of diversity. I mean, you think about the beginning of the year and kind of what we were seeing as far as compositions in Americas, and you're watching the Phoenix. We've seen the double duels with the Yoru and the Jet, and Astra kind of comes in and comes out depending on what team is playing on it. So if we do go the distance, if we do get all the way to Pearl, there's a lot to be excited about. But let's talk a little bit about Lotus here. Dre, what is it that you saw, or maybe something that we can look out for or lean into, given that both teams have found success on Lotus? What are you looking for as we head into this first map?
So both teams had success doing different things. First of all, Evolution had a much cleaner win on Lotus, other than Catnappers. Catnappers won an OT against Teddy Tactics, but Teddy Tactics is a
Tactics,
team,
by the way.
Yeah, exactly, right. A team
Ender
that Ender was coaching for quite some time. I think he's taking a little bit of a step back this year, but
yeah, he's washed. He's a bum.
Still a very impressive win to go the distance. So I mean, if Evolution were able to watch all the rounds that Catnappers played on that map, maybe they can come up with a game plan to kind of counter, because there's a lot of footage there, right? You went to OT against Teddy Tactics. It was kind of grueling. Sage, though, had such a strong performance on that Tejo. And, I mean, going 27-14, 4 first kills, 2 first deaths. When a Tejo's popping off like that, it can feel so miserable to play against. But still, Catnappers were kind of barely able to squeak that one out. And for the side of Evolution, we saw Gabby popping off with the Clove, and also Rover playing a great Teo as well. So the difference here is you have the Viper on one end for Evolution, and Catnappers were running the Vice. So are Evolution going to try to sniff out a lot of those Vice setups on their defensive side, and how are they going to work around the map? Because one team is going to play very fast-paced, the other team can switch it up and do a medley of the both. So it's going to be a really cool matchup to watch.
Yeah, I feel like, especially again when you're in a position like this, a lot of it does fall on the calling, right? And given that it's a 3-site map, and some of the nuance that you've been so eloquently talking us through, I think a lot of it does fall on the callers. I think Vice also feels really strong. You were talking about how prevalent Tejo has become in the meta. Vice also feels like on some maps, maybe not to the same degree as our initiator, the aforementioned, but in some maps, it kind of feels like Vice or die. Do you feel like that's the case on Lotus?
I think this is one of those maps where you can still run that Viper composition. It's just the sheer stopping power that Vice has is a little bit more threatening on the defensive side specifically than the Viper, because I think you can kind of outplay the Viper smokes on the timings in which they're used and whatnot. But I mean, Vice, if you don't bait out that wall, which catnappers, I guess they do run. They don't run a neon or anything like that, so they kind of have to use their body to bait that. Or no, there is a neon used from the side of Evolution, sorry, to bait out that Vice wall. So it will be good. Apologies, I was getting my teams mixed up. But yeah, you're gonna have to bait out that wall, and I think that's what you want to do from the side of Evolution, because like I said, you are running that double controller composition. You don't want to just run it down the entire time. Now, Zoe was using their body quite a bit to just get into the site and break through, going 1 first kill, 8 first deaths, but they're just doing their job. That's exactly what they needed to do. Everybody else was able to step up on the roster and just pop off and secure the round wins. Now,
It is a... Go ahead.
Just to finish up some thoughts on the Vice as well for the attacking side, it is kind of hard once you get site control to run through those razor vines. It can be very difficult to get a retake in. So how do you kind of stop that if you're Evolution? How are you going to stop the post-plant threat and the post-plant meta that we're in with that Viper Clove composition? You're going to have to try to disrupt quite a bit, and we're going to just have to see how it plays out in the game.
It is a miserable dance to dance, but it's one that is going to have to be solved. We're going to throw it to a quick break. When we return, the opening best of 3 of everything we have to offer. We'll see you guys on the other side. Welcome back to Valorant Game Changers North America, presented by Verizon. I'm Doug. With me is Dre. We were fixing a little something behind the scenes. There was a TeamSpeak issue that has been since rectified, and I am being told that players are preparing to load into Agent Select here in just a moment, which means we are just a couple of brief moments away from getting this whole thing started. It is an elimination best of 3. The first map is Lotus. Sunset will be second, and then the dessert, if needed, will be Pearl. We talked a little bit about the compositions. We are gonna find out now, really, what it is that both these teams are going to be playing.
And it could change, but I mean, let's just talk about what we should be keeping track of in an elimination game like this, right? Because the margin for error kind of disappears in moments like this.
Oh, it's non-existent,
right? Yeah. Every decision, every duel, you have the weight of survival on your back, and I feel like we need to keep track of who's playing scared, who's playing confident, who's taking risks, who's forcing those plays. Like I said earlier, who's playing not to lose, and then also the biggest thing I think that we should keep track of is clutch composure, Doug, because that is where a lot of these matches that are high pressure situations kind of boils down to, you know, who is winning those 1v2s, the 1v1s, you know, who has that composure in those moments when everything is on the line to actually step up to the plate and close it out for their team. And this is something that we're going to be keeping track of really early on, and I think it's important that we do so.
Yeah, I mean, you said it really well, and I tend to agree with you. The elimination nature means that things get a little more tense, things get a little bit harder, the pressure gets a little bit greater, and that for some players is where they thrive, right? Like there are some players who are made for moments like that, who relish situations such as those, and then there are others for who the pressure is too much and they crumble. We take a look at the compositions right now. We talked about Breach Tejo. Color me surprised, but for Catnappers, that's what I want to talk about. We got ISO Raze.
Yeah, that's very, very interesting. I mean, still running the Tejo, this time on Alora. I guess Sage had such a strong performance on the Tejo last time that maybe he just decided to switch things up and just listen, if we're aiming like that, we might as well just play an ISO, right? I think this is a composition that T1 was running a little bit in over in APAC and kind of in that final in which they beat G2, I believe. So I mean, ISO can be very strong, and it's not something that you play against every single day on a map like Lotus, right? That E from ISO specifically makes it so you can't use any of your abilities. It's really really strong on site executes, really strong on the defensive side to kind of stop the initial A fight. So something definitely to look out for. But the cool thing about Evolution's composition is that they're able to kind of maneuver around that, and they don't really have to jump the gun, right? When you're running a double controller composition, you're able to bide your time, play a little bit more reactive, and you still have that oomph behind it as well because you have the Breach Tejo Raze, right? That's a lot of strong utility to entry into the site with. Let's see. Go ahead. I was gonna see. Let's see. I know that Evolution is starting on the defensive side, but let's see how when the half switches, how they're able to deal with that Vice utility from iNico.
Yeah, I think it'll be an issue. I also imagine, given that we've talked so much about Breach Tejo and how potent of a combination that can be, and then you add Cloven in the mix, you best believe Evolution are going to want to fight, and they're going to want to fight fast. And so I imagine a lot of these rounds, I mean, especially early on while you're feeling each other out and stuff like that, these are going to be decided quickly. Yeah.
And I think that's kind of scary, though, because I don't think you want to fight an ISO composition that fast. So, yeah, it's definitely something that we need to look out for. And I think it's something that Evolution needs to not take the bait on. You know what I mean? Like, they shouldn't want to be that willing to take those fights, even though their composition might be prominent to do so. You know, maybe just try to work the map a little bit more, but we will see on this pistol round what this state of the game is going to be like. I'm so excited.
Just a few seconds away. As you mentioned, Catnappers is starting off on the attacking side, while Evo will have to figure out how they want to approach their own pacing and their own timing. We talked about how fast this likely will be. 4 out of the 5 members of the attack are currently creeping up towards B.
Yeah, here comes the site execute. Stealth bot being used, but there's a lot of follow-up utility here. That door is broken early on here, so the breach is able to rotate, and this Viper wall could be disastrous.
The smoke out towards Worm. They get behind the wall. dumping some of that utility out. Gabby feeling some of the pressure early on. The question is now for Catnappers, do you scale or do you try to tuck back in? Scaling seems to be the plan, seems to be the name of the game. The paranoia out as Gabby blind and can't see a damn thing, but Evo still manages to hold the line. What a pistol for the defense.
Very impressive defensive fortifications there. I mean, the crossfire that they had in water worked to perfection, and yeah, it was a little shaky. Some of the shots were being lifted, but when you're in such bad spots like Catnappers were in, kind of forced to have to push water with that paranoia, yeah, it lands. It's still just so hard to actually get those kills, especially with that follow-up breach utility, the Tejo, and the raise in that broken door. So a strong start from Evo, not giving any first bloods over to Catnappers, and I think that's going to be the recipe for their success.
Decent
Also,
investment on the side of Catnappers for Sheriffs.
Yeah, a big investment, Doug, and this outlaw is going to do some damage. That lurk is already shut down, and it's the same default as the pistol round for Evo, right? It's just a 2-1-2. Teo playing towards B site and double controllers on C for full delay, but that's a big way into the C bomb site.
There's still a whole lot to be done, but you're right. A little bit of the pressure has been resolved. It's just going to be really hard. I mean, obviously the success of this round is contingent upon whether or not they're able to find picks, much like the one they found on C with the Sheriffs, and that's just much easier said than done.
Yeah, you're still going to be running into this outlaw. That outlaw's doing so much work. This is the power of the raise as well. This is why Evo decided to pick the character, is that stall on the grenade.
Zoe feeling some of the pressure. Satchel's back. Nova is there to greet. A little tip-tap of the ghost. Allura is dead, waiting for the next round.
Yeah, 2 different angles now to worry about. A great rotation from Nova there, and now you're able to reposition. Zoe still with that outlaw in hand. Can't connect, but the threat is there. The threat is looming, and there's not much you can do right now for Cat. You kind of just pray that Sage pops off, but look at the time, Doug. It's just way too low.
Yeah, I mean,
10 seconds
they are trying to get every single grain of sand through this hourglass. And all the kills go the way of Evo. Again, they invested a little bit, tried to get Sheriffs to convert into a thrifty round win. Ultimately not the case. And a rough start for Catnappers, all things considered. But now they're in a position where they can fight back. You take a look at the purchase for Evolution as they carry over from the last round. This is not a potent bonus by any means, Stray.
Yeah, but that outlaw can still do so much damage, and it's been 2 rounds in a row that Zoe has been playing towards that A side of the map. And when you're looking at the mini-map right now, the reposition to go to C, look at the light armor buys from the side of Cat. 2 of those members, if Sage or Magneto get picked off early on here, could be kind of damaging.
Oh, they know where the outlaw is now. Aware of the rotation, Norris on the cross, Sage is on the board.
Yeah, but that Raise Nade did so much chip damage. A lot of these members are low, and that's what can make these scrappy guns of Evolution do some work in this round.
Still a lot to be done though, Cabby. Greeting. Looking for a second, will not find it. And Catnapper should be able to get the spike down, barring Zoe's heroics. The first shot goes just a bit wide, but the second is true.
Lilac and Allura are both, actually all the members of Catnappers are all one shot to that outlaw.
Gotta be cautious now. There is a window, as you were mentioning, for Evo to get through this. Beautiful swing out from Catnappers. But it falls down to an 1v1. Like you mentioned, weak. One shot of the outlaw is all it will take, but the nade's out. So we finding a time to cross. The shot connects. The defuse will come through. The bonus for Evolution.
Such smart play out of Zoe. I mean, changing positions, going towards that C area, understanding that they showed a couple of the rounds prior, right? Just a small micro change like that, and we're seeing the power of the Raise Nade as well. Getting that chip damage down, allowing that outlaw to secure the round win. Now you have a showstopper online. Now you have a healthy buy out of everybody. Evolution have really put themselves in such a good spot to further this lead, and Catnappers, there hasn't really been much that you can do about it. I mean, you've kind of gotten outplayed in the pistol round and the bonus. It's such a rough start.
Yeah, this is what you're looking to avoid to kick off a series, especially one with a nature such as this, where elimination is on the cards. And as an IGL. You're down 3 rounds now. You're back on a pistol. You haven't really found any success on either side. Trying to claw your way through this already feels pretty bad.
Oh, but that's a great entry. That ISO shield is still online. But look at tail ult used.
A tail hold, Zoe pops the rocket, and it's all delay. It's all stalled. The spike is going to be rotating back towards A. How much attention can be drawn?
Good bait, but oh my goodness. Zoe is just on fire right now, Doug. This is some ridiculous Raze gameplay on this map of Lotus. But like you said, the rotation came into A site. It's a free bomb plant. And now it's left up to Alora, who's kind of just fishing for a fight in front B. If there could be a pick gathered from this Teo, maybe the retake will turn disastrous.
Maybe, but also the defense has a bunch of weapons. You still have Breach and Tejo up with the stun and the missiles out. The first stun has already been used. Yeah, and I imagine that's really the approach you want to have when you know that you're going up against Sheriffs, but we'll see if they're able to convert it into a round success. Spike has been ticking for a little while now. Laura's going to have the missiles to delay. The tap of the defuse. Zoe has gotten it to half. One's going to be the tip of the spear. Swinging out, getting the kills. It's only gotten to half. Time's really short. What about has to get on it and hold it? Huh? Oh my gosh. 0.39.
Down to the wire, but we found some brightness in that eco round for catnappers. I mean, understanding that they can manipulate rotations and get free bomb sites is kind of going to play a factor in the head of evolution, like you were saying. I feel like this is something that can be abused. The problem is for catnappers is their composition is kind of based around just full executing onto a site, and they're working the map really well. So I feel like they're geared up here towards a full C hit. But look at the defensive setup. It's a full fight here with Teo to support.
Gabby trying to hide behind the mound. Position still concealed. That one-way dealt a little bit. Helped deal Gabby, deal a little bit of damage, but it's not going to be enough. Now, into the gulag, Sage goes. With the shield, Sage connects. Double tap, scoop back up, and now the rest of the hit is on C.
Yeah, C site has been the bright spot for these first bloods for catnappers, and this retake is going to be just extremely hard. I mean, you're going to have to pray that catnappers kind of overextend and give 1v1s, and I just feel like, yeah, the triple face is going to be too strong. This is just, yeah.
It's those little things where like, look, a 5v3, we've seen those thrown so many times. I mean, it's not a foregone conclusion, but you got to give the credit to catnappers, as you were mentioning, the discipline with like triple facing, not giving ones, making sure you're securing the round. Those are situations where teams get lost, and catnappers did it exceptionally well.
Yeah, even on that fight into CT as well, all members taking that fight, and this is the power of the ISO, right? You get those first bloods because of that shield. It's just so damning to play against. It's so annoying. I mean, it's honestly just cringe. Let's just say it how it is, Doug. The fact that a character can have a shield, and if you don't instantly get the second shot follow-up, you're gonna drop. That ult as well, just understanding that, okay, now we can just run on the C site, and even if I lose the 1v1, I mean, that character is just eliminated from the server. So,
bro, you're speaking like someone who has lost way too many duels to ISO.
I have.
I'm just saying, I'm not trying to put you on blast, but it sounds like you've got some like some baggage there.
I got some beef. Yeah, I'm definitely hate watching the ISO pick, but it's another C side default for catnappers. But look at my Nico here. He's been holding the C space. It's a front B walk up though.
Yeah, this is danger. Gabby's tucked. Snappy. I don't know that it's going to be enough. Gabby with 3. And remember, Gabby was concealed for the longest time.
Yeah, Eagle was so willing to play that retake on the C side. It's not over yet though. Here's that shield.
Sage has a shot at this. The double tap causes problems. Spike has been scooped up, instantly dropped down. Gabby gets 4. Evo continue to pile it on.
I gotta dive into what Evo just did in that round on the defensive side. They were willing to play full retake on C because of all that Viper delay utility, and then push up A and B and just crunch at the same time. It was so masterfully done. It worked to perfection, honestly. And Gabby gets that Clove ultimate online because of it. That was a Guardian, kind of like a bit of a scrappy buy from Evo into that round because of just how things have been going in the state of the economy. But now, again, answering back and getting the Outlaw online too, and now a 1-3-1 setup. C-site default again for Catnappers. It has been a little bit of a point of success, but look at what
Alora down to 10 HP already. Dude, Zoe has not missed very much at all.
I feel like most of the kills have come through from that Outlaw as well. It just seems to be in Zoe's hands permanently. So much threat there. Now,
And I honestly
has been gathered, yeah.
I love how Zoe plays this too, because shows presence on one side of the map, does a little damage, rotates to the other side of the map. It seems like Zoe's a step ahead every time. Rocket has been popped, and oh my gosh, Nora. 0 shot for Lilac.
Was traded though. Now that Teo Armageddon will be used to delay the plant.
So many ults invested into this. Zoe finally getting dealt with. Sage and the rest of Catnappers will push forward. 4v2. All on. Oh! What?
Disgusting.
And now the Rolling Thunder will pave the way. They've gotten it down to a 2v1. There's no way. 5 HP? A disaster for Catnappers. How do you resolve this? It was a 2v4 that has completely slipped out of their hands. Can they pull off the clutch? No, the defuse comes through. The timing's not great. The kills will land, but the round goes the way of Evo.
Yeah, Catnappers did a really good job of kind of pausing the round once they gathered that A site and just waiting for the mistakes of Evo. But what was that monstrous round out of Cloudsy?
Is that a 2v4?
Yeah, that was ridiculous. Those shots that were hit and then getting the Breach ultimate online to follow it up. Winning the 1v1 against Sage, who was honestly looking really good in those duels. Absolutely massive from the defensive side. Evo have been playing this defensive side of Lotus masterfully. Now gathering the A-Orb and another change of setup. The Teo here to support the Viper's Pit at C, but it's all members of Catnappers on B. Gabby might get overwhelmed.
Very well played by Gabby. Clears the drone and then gets out. Doesn't overstay their welcome. Doesn't overcommit. We're talking about a Clove with ult, by the way.
Yep. And that's going to come in to effect in the retake as well. We saw how strong Gabby was. What are these shots, dude?
20 HP. Lilac responds with a pretty filthy shot of their own. Gabby's going to try to find a little timing. Meanwhile, Cloudsy's been dealt with. Sage has been one of the few bright spots on the side of Catnappers, not just because of the name, but the rotation back towards C is messy. You're going to have to push Nora Bora out of this. And I don't know if there's enough weaponry there. That's going to drop the pit. Ult pop Zoe in a big spot here.
It's absolutely crunched. Zoe has the raise nade, but now she is found out. This is so difficult to retake into. But now the showstopper, Doug.
Not again, Zoe. Oh, she saw the TP. Waiting for the swing, daring the fight, and now position given away. Zoe on the other side, and again, heroics for Evo. Zoe does it again.
What a sick TP timing from Angle, though. I mean, talk about leaving it all out on the line. TPing all the way behind that showstopper. But yeah, Zoe has been just insane on this defensive side of Lotus. Actually, the bane of Catnappers' offense. And this time, it wasn't on an Outlaw. It was pacey. Understanding that the timing, not allowing Catnappers to set up in that post plant and have an up-down to hold. That double satchel was enough to close the gap and get there right before the Omen smoke popped up. Take out Sage. But now, it's going to be an A fight, and Sage has that ISO ult. But it misses barely. What?
Just off the mark, and now Zoe's going to fill in behind it. And
no.
My, oh my
This
goodness.
is insane.
Zoe is putting the team on their back.
It's a walking highlight reel right now. This is a ridiculous display of Raze on the defensive side. But
I've lost count of how many kills. 15 and 4 in 9 rounds.
Yeah, it's something ridiculous, and that's why we're seeing a timeout from the side of Catnappers. Things have just snowballed completely out of control. And remember what we were talking about, you know, when pressure like this is happening in the server, small mistakes are made, and there's certain players that step up to the plate. Zoe has most definitely stepped up to the plate, and I feel like Catnappers in general across the board have been making a lot of micro errors, right? I mean, missing that ISO ultimate is a prominent one. There was an audio cue of somebody on the orb, and it was just, what, a millimeter off of the mark?
Yeah.
These are mistakes that tend to only happen in high-pressure situations like this.
And those are the ones that hurt, man, because you know you had the plan there. It was a really good idea. You had the setup, and those minor miscues on execution are round deciders in spots like this. And so Catnappers call a timeout. Curious to hear your thoughts, Dre, on what the conversation looks like here.
I feel like they need to kind of play the rotations a little bit more. The Catnappers need to work the map more. They were finding a bunch of gaps, allowing that Vice to lurk all the way up towards A, or even get the bomb down for free towards A site. So like, do your C default like you've been doing, and then rotate back over, because Evo are willing to give all of that space up and not keep any players there. But I'm not sure if Catnappers have identified that.
Seems like it's a lot of the same for Catnappers so far.
This time it's all 5 members here though, so I think it's just going to be a C speed up.
Think about how good of a job Evolution have done at the push and pull of the rounds. There's presence. Okay, this obviously, as I call it out, Norabora might be overstaying. But Gabby is here to fill in the space that's been left behind. And Evo can do no wrong right now.
No, they can't. They absolutely can't. And they are so confident in this map of Lotus. Their map pick, maybe that is why.
Well, yeah, you're right. They might be a little bit behind this. Lilac cannot, and just succumbs to the pressure, the overwhelming pressure that is Evo. There have been so many kills on the side of Evo. I'm genuinely shocked that Prius has caught them all. Yeah, surely at this point he's missed half of them. But the guys, I guess he's on one today. I don't know.
Hey, I mean, but hey, it's been the Zoe and Gabby show on this map of Lotus.
Oh, wait, that's true. It's not even hard. You're absolutely right. Just leave the cam on Zoe and you're going to catch all the kills. Well,
like,
well said.
I think the most impressive thing about that last round was the fact that Norabora kind of just leaves the C site, and then Gabby just decides, okay, you're gone. I'm going to run in through water alone.
Yeah, with the Guardian and take 3.
Yeah, I'm good.
That's literally like I'd win mentality.
Yep,
So,
and
high
now
ground. Rocket delivers, shield dealt with, no kill found.
I can't believe that Showstopper didn't connect on anybody there. I mean, that shield obviously taking most of it, but now Catnapper's baiting that out. Good opportunity, but the proactivity from the other end of the map allows Gabby to get all of that space. Pretty obvious that front B is open here. That's why you see the Rays breach just holding it up down on that C walk-up. Catnappers are trying to work the map, but they're going to be ready for Gabby on this off angle, pushed up so far. This it won't matter because it will be a B hit, but now this allows for a flank. There's no ice wall on either end to deal with this.
Leaves a bit of a mess. Flash, the smokes. 40 seconds left in the round. And as you were mentioning, Dre, A is not safe.
Yeah, and so much hesitation from Catnappers. The rotations be able to come into effect here shortly for Evo.
That's a big ult invested. That's a big rocket gone. That's a big shot from Gabby. And now you can feel the pressure coming in from the extremities. The flank is not safe. Catnappers have to dig their heels in here. They have to find success on C.
And look at the discipline, too. It's going to be a tap of a door trying to crunch Nico on this C area.
There's the kill miss that we all love to see. 2v2. Utility flushing them out, forcing them into taking these fights. And you haven't really been able to wake your way past this. Alex got 45 HP. Gabby's good for it again. Now, a 1v2. stun not connecting, but it doesn't matter. A 4K for Gabby, another round for Evo.
It's really impressive, the discipline that we're seeing from Evo and the layers behind this defense. Like, players in water and CT not running out right away to kind of flood out on the retake, and then just waiting to crunch everybody on C mound. This is some like high-level Valorant that we're seeing right now on this defensive side. It's honestly really impressive. I'm kind of stunned that we're seeing this level of play, because considering how the way is going, sometimes teams let off the gas, right? And I mean, look at the plays that Gabby has been making, just running through water alone, you know, just kind of trying to take as many out as possible. This time, changing the pace and waiting and just using that team play to win the round.
I mean, I want to say Zoe has 15 kills, Gabby has 16 kills.
Yeah.
Evo, you know, you were talking about doing a lot of the little things correctly, and I do think that ultimately sets the stage for players like Gabby and Zoe to put up highlight reels as they have. And those are often where you can mess up, is in the execution that you were just highlighting. That's just been the calling card for Evolution this entire half.
Yeah, I will say Catnappers have done a good job of pushing off that A line this round, baiting out that Viper wall. So now the gas is kind of low on this front C orb. Maybe my Nico can take a timing here. If they win the 1v1 against Norabora, that's a free C site. No support.
Remember how quickly Gabby was able to join the fold when we saw Norabora feeling a lot of this pressure just a couple of rounds ago. Nora vacates the space. Catnap. Oh, wait. You're scaling up really far here.
With tail ultimate as well. Being the entry with that would be disastrous. Oh.
Nova falls, and here comes Gabby. The stun is ready. Oh, early on the swing, still gets a kill. And now the tail ult is in play. Gabby looking for a little bit more, pushing the pace. Lenora not far off. Zoe! Zoe with 3! The nades! Again, the utility's so good! In Project A, shooting matters or something. I don't know. What? Zoe does it again.
What a crazy retake. Every single member just running it down spawn. But that fault line from Cloudsy was beautiful. Oh my goodness. Setting up the rest of the members to take those fights. And Catnappers tried to use their composition to disrupt the retakes, the floods. But it wasn't enough. They were losing the duels. They were losing the macro. Nothing was working for them on that attacking side of Lotus.
I mean, what a brutal half.
Yeah. Just extremely rough. But Evo's team play and the way that they maneuvered with those rotations and the confidence that they went into this first map of Lotus with, it's put them in such a good spot to close out their map pick. 11 to 1/2, near perfection. Now you're on the attacking side with that double controller, and you can really just maneuver around wherever you want. This is that reactiveness that I was talking to you about. This is the benefit of running the double controller, the Viper Clove comp. Wait and see the A fight. Let the other team use all their utility. Now you can show some presence towards C. Maybe you can get this retake on that A level area.
Dude, they even had the discipline to know that they had lost A main and not just contact out. They dump utility to flush someone out from half wall. Like,
it's been a masterclass so far.
they're even gonna scale the right. Oh, they are gonna proc the wall. Position now given away. You've seen Gabby has been set apart from the rest of the team, but you can still scale up into the site. You can still go take this water fight, and I don't know the Catnappers are ready for it. Nico has to take a step back. Nova getting 2 on the round. The site is theirs for the taking.
Yeah, it will be the spike planted for CT as well. Nova has those tail salvos coming up.
Last player standing.
A winnable 1v3. You take a look at the health. Never mind. Not winnable. I lied. Evo gets to map point. Catnappers, while they have a really cool name and a really cool logo, have really struggled on Lotus so far, Dre.
Yeah, it's difficult. The reactionary gameplay on the attacking pistol for Evo was the recipe for success. Understanding that Catnappers are going to probably show their hand, try to force the issue. It's kind of desperation times right now. Try to string anything along. Hope that you win the round before you get into those gunfights. But like you were saying, the discipline from Evo, it's just too good right now.
A really pedestrian 20-6 out from Zoe. Just another Wednesday or Thursday.
Right?
I don't know what day of the week it is. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Another Monday.
Monday. Is it Monday? It is Monday.
I know, right?
Yeah.
Look at how slow Evo are approaching this, waiting for these pushes from Catnappers. It's a forced buy. It has to be. And Evo don't want to give away a single pick. Soon they're going to identify that C is weak, but if Gabby jumps the gun a little too early here, maybe she'll get punished, but the timing couldn't be more perfect.
Tries to snap on and land the first shot. A double dip is a little bit more than Gabby bargained for.
C is free.
And they can accelerate behind that. Yeah.
They pushed all the way into spawn last time. It's Zoe again, who sees the shoulder but gets taken out by Sage.
That's two big ones. Make that three.
Spike planted.
Ah, not able to land the shield. Was forced into the fight. Again, things made uncomfortable. Evo down in numbers, but up in guns. Valora, just the
Player
sheriff.
standing.
And that might be enough. Weapon now upgraded. Cloudsy can't convert in this 1v3. Gets one, but that's all it is. Catnappers stay alive.
Huge round from Sage in spawn. Getting a lot of those picks.
Map winning round from Sage, yeah.
Yeah, to keep your map hopes alive for sure.
Yeah.
This is still such an uphill battle though for the defense. Getting an eco round though puts Evo in a pretty promiscuous spot in terms of economy. But it looks like there's going to be a force back. I mean, Zoe opting to go for a full armor Marshall. I wonder if that full armor will be dropped. No, they want to buy right back. So really trying to close this one off early on here. And all 5 members of Evo are going to fight this battle against Catnappers. But this ISO vulnerable is going to do some work.
This is where things get silly. The floor is lava and Zoe has found a window. The paranoia will cause problems though. An aid to delay. Zoe on the swing. How is Zoe staying alive? That's criminal.
Just a little bit of timidness from Angle there. Angle
Oh, and the spam in the smoke is what kills Zoe? What? Out of all that? Right, okay. The wall goes down. Nova's there to get a little bit of damage done. Gabby's the only one left with something that's not a pistol.
Yeah, the spike is down in such a bad spot too right now. Not a nuclear utility being used, but that fault line separates Laura.
Player standing.
Not gonna be enough. Catnappers. They had control of that A space, and yeah, Angle wasn't too confident to take that fight onto Zoe. But I don't really blame him. I mean, the way that Zoe has been playing, yeah, you see Zoe get out of there and just base with 4. That's exactly what happened. Trades went in their favor. And now this is the real save buy now for Evo. 2 sheriffs, was 2 sheriffs, a stinger. Light armor buys though.
Yeah, and honestly, given you could see in the purchase, they were considering bringing a little bit more into this round. They were mulling over a heavier investment, and that's where things get silly. So I honestly, I love this from Evo. Slow it down. If you can convert it on Thrifty, then great. But if not, all good. Don't force the matter any more than you have to. Meanwhile, Sage with the ult. Never in question. Gabby is dealt with.
Well fought.
And that's one of the guns down.
Now we get to see, what does the retake of Catnappers look like? Is it going to be disciplined like Evo's was? Or are they going to give away some free picks and get isolated? Spike has been planted. Those salvos are going to come back online. If Nova gets 1 kill, Armageddon becomes a problem. Salvos used to take control of water.
That nade will hurt. They have to swing out in front of it. That's exactly what Lilac does. With Sage's rifle over their shoulder, they can continue to push the matter. And yeah, it was just 1 though, just 1, and that's all it'll be. Catnappers get to 4. The gun should be now back the way of evolution. They're going to be able to purchase this. And note, Nova and Cloudsy both have their ults. Conventional wisdom suggests that the map ends this round.
Yeah, especially with the way that Evo have been conditioning certain things, right? They conditioned an A fight a couple rounds. Now they ended C. The map is really their oyster at this point. You can go anywhere. If you want to mix things up, you haven't really touched B at all. You could use that breach ult to secure that site. Use those salvos. Use the Armageddon. Especially if Zoe either gets an entry or maybe you default C, grab this orb. You get a Raze ultimate online. A lot of win conditions in their favor right now. You're absolutely right. Lilac is going to be the only one to try to disrupt this offense.
That's a little bit spotted. Now an understanding of where the Vice is.
Follow-up utility to gather that C mount info. But look at this proactivity front B.
Hang on, they're trying to provide a little bit of cover. And this time it's Sage. Whoever stays, they're welcome. They thought they had Gabby done.
It was a team stun. Laura tried to even the numbers, but those ultimates didn't even have to be used, Doug.
Yeah.
This is like one of the most impossible 2v4s in Valorant. You have so much to deal with here. A breach ult, Armageddon, Showstopper. As soon as Zoe sees one person here, Showstopper should be a follow-up. Yeah, this is impossible for Angle.
Yeah, this 1v4.
Yeah, it's tough.
Oh.
Yeah, it's tough.
This is that that was a Valorant round if I've ever seen one. 13-4 the way of Evo. They best them on Lotus. We've got Sunset on the other side of this break, a map that we haven't seen in a very long time. We'll see if Catnappers can bounce back or if they'll be all out of their 9 lives. I'm sorry, I had to. We'll see you guys on the other side of the break.
Wow.
It's for you. Do you like it? Come on, Charlie. Use your new door. Come on, let's go. I said go. Let's go. Silly dog. I'm gonna trade you for a cat. Red Bull gives you wings.
The new Red Bull Zero is here. 100% wings with monk fruit extract.
I don't really like committing to things. I'm scared. But when Verizon announced that I could lock in a low price for 3 years, I mean, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Can you hear me now?
Welcome back to Valorant Game Changers North America, presented by Verizon. I'm Doug. With me on the call is Dre, and we just watched Catnappers, unfortunately, get obliterated on Lotus. It was pretty rough. The composition was interesting. They tried to bring the ISO into the fold, but Dre, it was just not enough.
Yeah, the ISO wasn't really getting much value. I mean, there was a lot of good first bloods from Catnappers, but no conversion because of just how EVO were approaching those rotations and just playing as a unit, honestly. And then also the heroics, right? I mean, my goodness, we saw some ridiculous shots, some multi-kills that were just out of this world from Zoe and Gabby. It was really the Zoe and Gabby show on that defense all day long. Yeah,
I mean, how many we saw a couple of 2v4s that should have never happened, should have never ever happened. And that was really a large part of the success that EVO were able to grind out. I mean, you take a look at, that's 406.
406 ACS.
That's just my goat Aspas could never. That's not that's actually not true. He probably could. But an unreal performance out from Zoe anyway.
Yeah, I think you saw the problem with not running a breach on a map like Lotus. It's very difficult to get into those sites. I wonder now if the approach on Sunset will be adding that breach back, even if you decided to switch things up otherwise. I'm also wondering from the side of EVO if you decide to run that double controller. I mean, maybe the same comp, just run it back on Sunset, because we saw teams like G2 running the Viper quite a bit on Sunset last year. And I don't know. We'll see. I'm really excited to see what both these teams are going to pick on this map.
Yeah. I mean, if you're Catnappers, you just kind of have to deal with what took place, hit them with a little live, laugh, love, and then turn your attention over to Sunset. Because the game plan has to be better. It has to be better. And it is worth noting, this is their map pick, so maybe Catnappers have something special up their sleeve.
Yeah, I mean, you hit the nail on the head. You have to forget about what just happened. It was 13-4. It's not like it was some close, grueling game, you know. You can kind of goldfish memory that one and reset here and just consider the score 0-0. Honestly, that's the approach you have to go into it. Every round, every map has to just be, okay, it's 0-0. Let's play like we normally do, because when you're losing 13-4 the way that Catnappers did, you can just tell that maybe the nerves are getting to them a little bit too much. And I mean, that's to be expected. Like we were talked about, like we set it up. Teams are going to step up to the plate in do or die situations, and the other teams will crumble. But that doesn't mean you can't bring it back. It is your map pick now. You can make it go to a map 3. There's always hope. You have to believe.
We'll see what the compositions are on Sunset here in just a few moments. Again, if you are just joining us, Catnappers find themselves with backs against the ropes, looking to land on their feet on Sunset and hopefully take their way over to Pearl, because Lotus was a nightmare that they desperately want to forget. And for Catnappers, really for both teams, these are it's the Sova instead of the Tejo, but you've got Yoru Raze here, Dre. What are your thoughts on that?
The double duelist comp, it's going to be a lot to handle. I'm actually a big fan of what EVO are cooking up here, because we saw teams like Cloud9 run this Yoru Raze. You know, you had Oxy and Zeppa running it. This time you have the Teo utility to further that. And this is also a composition that some teams are running on, like Pearl in VCT and whatnot. So it's a heavy hitting comp. And for Catnappers, the Sova, it's more guaranteed information, right? You have that rechargeable dart that can come back up. You have the shocks that can break some of that Sentinel utility, but you don't have as much explosiveness. And with the way that I feel like Catnappers approached the last map, where it was a lot of just 4-1s or 5-person hits, I feel like you maybe had wanted that Tejo.
Yeah, I think that Tejo certainly would have helped the situation, but they decide to go for the Sova here instead. So we'll see what Catnappers have up their sleeves and whether or not they can pull this off. They're starting off on the defensive side. You see Cypher utility set up towards B and a little bit of focus from the duelists on A.
Yeah, it's going to be A control gathered for sure for the defensive side, but everything is gearing up towards a B split right here. I'm not sure if that trip was spotted by that stealth bot. And there's not a lot to support these B players here. They're kind of all isolated, but it's actually Alora that's going to have to deal with this front in mid.
Snappy out from the Sova. Great start to the round. 4 catnappers. A breaking of the door. And no, a lot of the pressure is headed back towards B. That's already 1 down.
That power of the Teo, those salvos just completely making Nico expose the body in such a bad way. Now Angle has cut through the smoke, and wow, what a connection.
Traded right back by Nora, though.
Paranoia is still online for Nora as well, so after the jump spot, it will be used.
That light armor is going to cause problems too. Cloudsy's left in 1v2. Both members, week 1, found make that 2. The Red Bull clutch and the pistol for Evo.
A huge oversight right there from Sage. Not clearing corners, and because of it, not able to call out where she was taken down from. So those players running out of market were just left a little unaware. Like, okay, was the player back sight? Maybe a little bit of miscommunication there. I feel like Catnappers had such a strong start to the round, and yeah, the market crunch was honestly beautiful from Evo, but still, that 2K from Angle was enough to bring the numbers back in their favor, and it was kind of just blown away.
And you know, I do want to go back to what you were talking about at the beginning of the series, Dre, because those are those like small moments. Those are those clutch situations. Those are where you should be able to secure a round and it gets away from you, and those are often the difference maker.
And the toll that plays on your mental as well is just so rough, right? I mean, now you were in a round win situation. Losing the eco, it's kind of feels like whatever, but it's still just like another blow to being like, what the heck went wrong?
Yeah. Yep. But no real time to think about it. No real time to figure that out. You just kind of have to move forward. Evo with the massive gun advantage that they bring into this round. Pretty effortlessly, make their way into A. It's a cool flash swing setup off of the Yoru flash. Able to get a couple. And now there's just one measly ghost that's keeping Evo apart from their second round win.
Now very quickly too. So Evo disrespected the one-way earlier on here towards that A side. It's something that you don't see teams do quite often because of how punishing it can be. But there isn't a Neon or a Tejo to play against, right? So all you have to do is have somebody shoot your dart, and you can kind of run past that one way with your Yoru and TP out if you see a raised nade come through, or maybe a Yoru flash being used. And it looks like that's going to be the game plan here again. Yeah, it's not going to be the Yoru here, but I think they might try to run past this one way and try to get the one up on one of these defenders.
They're ahead of it. Yep.
To do that with a Marshall, I thought it was an outlaw. I genuinely thought that was an outlaw. To hit the headshot, Zoe has just been on fire. Really playing at a different level. Now you have all of A side. Laura's going to have to pull off some heroics, but look at the mid lurk.
That mid lurk is really just an insurance policy in case nothing else goes right. But Laura wise to it.
Ooh.
Nicely handled.
It's a 3v3 all of a sudden. This paranoia is going to hit Zoe
Cloudsy
as
has
well.
ult, though. Yeah, you were right about the paranoia. Keep a close eye on the ult. I mean, with the spike planted, too. I don't know how you deal with any of that. You've got seemingly every single corner covered. Elbow's theirs. Elbow was theirs. Now a 2v2. Zoe, cautious not to overcommit onto this. The ult has been drawn out.
Jeez.
And now Catnappers will have a chance to fill in behind this, but the second set of utility could be the difference maker. Oh, they've gotten it down to 1.
This is no problem.
And I believe there will be enough time. It's going to be really close. But I want to say the defuse comes through. Yes, it does. Half a second left. Catnappers are on the board.
Nice little 180 there from my Nico. That came down to the wire, though. I do like the discipline from Catnappers on the retake. Really taking their time, sniffing out that lurk from Gabby. And Gabby was such a heavy hitter for Evo on the last map. So
yeah.
Shutting her down early is definitely some good signs for Catnappers. Angle played that round pretty masterfully with that paranoia, and then also going all the way back around spawn, holding street, not jumping the gun. But this abuse of the one-way needs to be punished by catnappers.
Well, it's not going to happen this time.
Yeah, they have to do something about that A fight. Maybe invest that Yoru flash. You need a little bit more behind that. Because this time, Evo have their sights set on B. Very passive retake setup here, though, from the defensive side. Problem is, if this spike gets planted, with all these members still alive, it's going to be very difficult to retake. There's Hopper invested.
Yeah, ult has been popped. The rocket doesn't connect. Deals a little bit of splash damage. It's enough to threaten. As Zoe pushes forward on a really nice spot. First trip found, kill not. Claim though. And Zoe's just not moving. Doubles down on the swing. And Nico's able to get one. Catnappers are finding their way back into the site. Unless Nova can continue to hold them back. They're on the round for the Yoru. Numbers advantage the way of the attack. And that should secure the situation, barring a 1v3 miracle out from Alora. And that's not going to be the case.
The flood on a spawn was good. The trades went their way, but that TP from Sage just gets punished. TPing in the open of Market. It's just so difficult playing the round on Sunset defense 4v5 because of the fact that your defense is spread so thin. You kind of have to give up all that A space, especially after Sage TP's out of street. And then you have to compensate, right? You saw so many members trying to lean over towards that A side and just try to spot, get info.
Right.
But there needs to be a heavier fight on this A side of the map. If not, you don't have control really anywhere. I guess the adaptation here for the defense is to take B main control, but wisely so. Evo understand no one's been really facing them in this one way, and you can just take all that space. Lilac is stuck here.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
Looks a little too effortless from the side of Evo. Great calling right now.
We highlighted the importance of callers in these elimination matches and how that often can be the difference maker. And you know, it may not always reflect. It certainly doesn't show up in the stats. It doesn't reflect, and it's not always the sexiest or the flashiest. But you got to give credit where it's due. The calling has been unreal out from Evo.
Yeah, it's been a great work of the map, and honestly a great punishing of what the A default is for the defense.
Yeah.
Exploiting a flaw in the defensive setup allows you to just do whatever you want in the middle of the map, right?
Yeah,
in the middle of the
it
half,
opens up the whole thing. Yeah.
Because now I feel like catnappers in this round, they're probably going to overcompensate, which is exactly what they're doing. Now you have the Omen here, who has been playing B for most of the half, who's probably going to invest that paranoia to secure that line. But look at the IGLing for Evo. Everyone is here for a B split. It's great reads right now, and look, pings on the maps that where the trips could be. I think those pings in Market are going to be where the salvos land. Should break the trips. Yoru ultimate invested as well. Sage has to get out. Rotations are coming into effect here, but they're not going to be here in time.
They missed the trip. Now cleared in Market. But you're right.
B-side.
Yeah, it is not going to be in time. You're absolutely right. The smoke is going to go out back towards spawn. Evo had a sight. It's here for the taking. The spam will help. Now the Hunter Fury, can it find any additional info? Can it find any additional damage? That flash goes a little funny. Nora's on the swing. Cannot hold their ground.
Abby starting to heat up here, though, in this post plant. Getting one kill in Market.
Managing to dodge some of that splash damage and staying alive to fight around through this. A 2v4. Again, this one got away from catnappers on Lotus. Surely it's not going to be the case this time around, and it will not. Catnappers succeed on the retake, get the kills they need, and get the defuse.
Yeah, not dropping down early on A. It was a good read, though, from the IGL of Evo. But the post plant, I think that it was Zoe that just got caught out by Nico up on that top spot in CT at B. So the thing is when there's an Omen smoke used to try to block off that angle, you could jump on top of those boxes and you can see over them. And I think it was just a gap that Zoe wasn't aware of. I don't think that Zoe will fall to that in future rounds.
No.
But yeah, that those top boxes in Boba can be so damning to those players trying to clear out all of backside B. And that's exactly what had happened. After that, catnappers played the retake fairly well, taking control of Market. So maybe just controlling this A space, even though it's obvious, will be a good way to string some rounds together for Catnappers, and it was a good adaptation in that last round at least.
Yeah, it doesn't look like they invested any more into that A default or that A main fight that you've been talking about, but it seems like Evo were not sniffing around that area of the map at all.
Evo did take control of all of mid in this round. There's still 2 players towards this A side of the map, so maybe some mid-round reclearing of A could be the play for Catnappers, but it's just another B side default for Evo. They're just willing to take out all of these Cypher chips, take their time on the approach. And that's a big 1v1 to win for Sage. Sage has been warming up.
Sage was, again, one of the only bright spots for Catnappers on Lotus. Speaking of, flushed out from some of that utility, and now the only person really in the vicinity of B.
Do you have that your ultimate to kind of find out where this post plant is set up for? Imagine that's going to be invested here on this retake once those members of Catnappers group up closer towards Bova. You have to reclear so much. You reclear all of market.
Yeah.
Back site, B main. Everyone's playing in though.
Right. That's 2. Oh! Lilac doesn't find anything! Sage against the world, and it is just not enough.
Just not disciplined enough on this retake. I think that Boba Smoke kind of falls a little too early there, catching Lilac off guard. Not able to get those second satchels out. I don't even think the rocket was able to be pulled out to be able to be shot.
Yeah, I don't think the animation was even done. You're absolutely right, yeah.
So that smoke just dropping at the wrong time for Catnappers was kind of the difference maker in that round. Otherwise, that showstopper probably gets value because of that Yoru ultimate seeing everybody.
I mean, the idea was there.
Yeah.
It was well planned, well thought out. Execution was just not. Couple of kills across the middle of the map. Early scraps. A shot to the back of the head from Zoe onto Lilac. Should secure the round. Evo up big on numbers here.
Evo have done a great job in this series on both maps of dealing with the threat of the anti-eco. Ready for a lot of these aggressive pushes. This one is a little bit scrappy. A lot of the players are chipped down pretty low. No one's sitting healthy. But still, all of that mid control gained. And now site set on A. It will be a free A site.
If you're the remaining members of Catnapper here, are you just looking to die to spite? I mean, what's your play here?
I think you just try to do as much damage as you can. If you could string some kills along, maybe Nico would have had a chance after getting this upgrade in mid.
Oh, but it's an outlaw.
Yeah, and there's still Cypher utility up as well.
Yeah.
You probably would have hoped that the Cypher would have dropped.
Oh, wait, they found a window. Now spotted. Now they know.
Out of charges.
What are you going to do with that outlaw? Okay. You'll do that. And that's a great start. Yeah. More to be found, though.
I think maybe you just save this rifle.
Yeah, I think so, too. Yep.
Grab this rifle, get out. Bring it into the next. Something I do want to just reiterate that you were talking about was the lack of execution on the side of Catnappers. And you're seeing that because of the pressure in this game, right? Like, you're going to be eliminated if you lose this map. You're already down a map. All of a sudden, you know, you were up numbers. You couldn't convert the pistol round. That last retake, another round which you probably had the advantage into considering the ults. Just the execution not going your way, and now your mental is destroyed. Yep. You would probably want to do a timeout right now. Try to gather your bearings.
You got to do something. And it's not like the mental is boomed just from this map. Again.
Yeah, you got stomped.
Yep.
So
13-4 on Lotus, now 6-2 on Sunset, your map pick, and you've had a couple of rounds not go your way when they really should have paced you out from Evo this time. They've invested the ult, Paranoia was out, they've taken A for free. I think a lot of this was in response to how up Catnappers have been playing this and how weak it's been. So they throw a lot behind it and they get the site. Now, how much more can they do behind this?
Spikes planted this time. No disruption from the side of Evo quite yet, though. There is 3 players here. Once this cage comes up, maybe you're going to see Yoru flash through and a flood.
Thor from on high, finding 2.
Jeez.
The trap left in wait, but Lilac finds a window of their own. That's 3. Further raise, and all of a sudden, advantage wave the defense. Instantly falling apart. I mean, Lilac snapped that site wide open and secures the round.
Yeah, Lilac actually just ran out and destroyed every player on site, on lane, doing 180s all around, getting that nade back, putting, I believe it was Zoe, in such a damning spot in elbow. But I like the way that Catnappers approach the retakes. And this time when the execution is actually in effect and they use their utility efficiently. I mean, yeah, Nora on the top of default box at A did a lot of work there. But the timing that Lilac was able to take coming through street there just found the gap, found the window of opportunity to bust open that retake, like you said. And now, Catnappers are taking all this B main control again.
It's been a success point for them, but they're all tucked in the smoke. Yeah, and there's not a lot of help on the other side of this. Lilac needs to be careful, but does have the ult.
Pop though.
Interesting.
I feel like that was what you were set up for when you pushed up that far. As soon as you see that Roomba come out, you should be using that showstopper. But Lilac wasn't taken out because of it, so still able to do that same play. The problem is Nova. Yeah, Nova took all control of A because of how weak it's been.
And now they know, seeing the Yoru clone up.
Yeah, slowly, methodically breaking all that Cypher utility. Look at the defense rotations right now. It's just kind of a scramble. You have so many members waiting in top mid. This could be a punish on the angle.
Lights out.
Nice shot for Nova.
Jeez.
The second connects.
One-man army.
5v3.
A bit of a self-flash. Nico has gotten into
30
backside
seconds
here.
left.
I don't know that they know. Nope, definitely didn't. Nova will fall for that. The casualty. And the ult is popped. Will connect onto Nico. And now the kill has been found. Evo in a much more comfortable position.
Spike planted.
Wonder if that showstopper gets
One
used this
enemy
round.
remaining.
Surely not, right? If you're Lilac here in a
not
1v3,
anymore.
you don't want to invest that. You want to carry it over into the next so you can hopefully invest it in a more advantageous position.
Again, this post plant, it's 3 1v1s, but they're in such good spots. There's still a Cypher cam up as well to see if Lilac decides to walk out. You kind of have to save here. And if you look at the positioning from Gabby was already looking towards hunting towards mid, trying to cut off that save. It's actually going to be Nora here, though. Taking Lilac out. This round all came down to Nova abusing the A site, using that Yoru to methodically isolate all those Cypher trips of the defense. And then finding that gap. I mean, as soon as those top mid players spot angle, that gives confidence to Nova to just walk all the way through street, take deep fights into spawn, into top mid. And there wasn't really much oomph behind that. I mean, that was it.
No, yeah. And that's not the first time we see massive gaps for both sides, if we're being honest. You think about Lilac trying a couple of rounds ago, and now you take a look at what you were just mentioning. This has been a problem for both teams. It just so happens that Evo have been able to execute everything else so well that they're in a massive lead, and it seems like it's only getting bigger.
Spike here. This is the problem with having no info on A whatsoever. Also, great awareness from Nora there to pick up that mid lurk. But there was util behind the B fight, and Nova, again, being able to take all of that A site space alone is just... It just makes the defense feel so unaware. I think that's the best word for it. You just don't have info anywhere. B main, it's not the best info unless you're trying to, you know, do what Catnappers have been doing in the previous rounds, which is like kind of flood everybody towards that A side of the map and have a good retake in. The problem is Catnappers aren't aware of where Nova likes to position once that A space is taken.
One enemy remaining.
And look, you're just getting hunted in spawn right now.
Yep. As you should. I mean, and that's really the way that Evo should be playing this.
Yep.
Last round.
They're playing the attack. I don't want to say perfection because it has been a little bit dicey on some of those post plants, but the way that they've approached the rounds it's really been some high IQ Valorant. Just in terms of abusing what the defense are showing. From the start of round 1 till now, it's been a really good read on how the defense like to set up and how they've been adapting as well.
Yeah, it's hard to believe that both of these teams are 0-3, and I mean that with tremendous respect to both. The reality of the matter is, Evo look head and shoulders above Catnappers right now.
I've seen some very impressive things. I'm cover going out again. Yeah, I'm kind of stunned that Evo are 0-3, considering the way that they've approached the game planning of both these maps and how they've kind of played around Catnappers setups. The awareness you have to have, that's no joke. So now a deposit into B main. You get control of all that space. You're able to put the main core towards A. And now Lilac is left alone to deal with 4 members.
Zoe will fall. And now the Neural Theft
My ultimate ready.
gives away what's happening on the other side of the map.
Not a lot of time left to go back towards B either. The decision that would have had to have been made already, and with that aggressive space that Angle is able to take in mid even earlier around Pillar. Now furthering that,
30 seconds.
it's kind of obvious everything is towards A. The thing is my Nico needs to rotate towards this A side. You have 2 trips in a camp to play off of in B main. Just give the space.
Yeah, and then if you need to play retake, you can. Lilac pops the ult, up close and personal, onto Cloudsy, but traded right back. And now you're starting to see those rotations coming through. 10 seconds left on getting the spike down. Alora scared of the push. Cancels the ult.
Angle TP'd past that trip. There's no way Evo are aware of this.
It might not matter if the timing doesn't work out, and it's not going to. Angie has gotten this far up. Yes, TP'd past the trip, but is now left in a 1v3 and now given away by the Yoru ult. There's no way out from this.
Oh, the proactivity in that post plant fighting street. Those members of Catnappers not surviving for long enough. Jingle was not able to activate. Now put in such a bad spot. 9-3 half for Evo. Really abusing the A site from the start of the game till the end, or from the start of the half till the end.
And honestly, given how the half went, you're probably right. From the start of the game till the end.
Yeah. This has been an Evo that has honestly impressed in a lot of different ways. We've seen good macro. We've seen individual brilliance. And again, when you're in these do or die situations, you either step up to the plate or you crumble. And Evo have shown a lot of promise so far. And you imagine they will close out this series with the way that they've been playing.
No reason really to expect otherwise. We'll see what Catnappers can do, though, on the attack. We've seen many a 9-3 get away. Although that certainly makes things harder. A little bit of an early fight towards A. The paranoia's out, and you imagine they're going to be nipping at Nico's heels.
Look at the difference in terms of the approach for the defense.
Yeah,
way more confident in the A fight. Now you're stuffed with a Cypher and Teo salvos.
And you highlighted really well the night and day on how they took that A main fight and how that opens up the rest of the map is insane.
Yeah, the Omen to Paranoia give extra firepower behind the A players of Zoe and Nova. By the way, Nova has been absolutely going crazy on the Yoru. I know we were talking about the brilliance of taking all that A space, but statistically 17-6 right now. It's just been a complete Yoru masterclass. And now you're able to use that outlaw, take control of all that mid space. Even if top mid gets smoked, you can kind of abuse that by walking down. Doesn't get smoked, so it won't matter.
One suppressed.
Yeah. A lot of mid info gathered from the defense, and you still have the A line.
Yeah.
Trips will be broken.
I mean, that's going to help a little bit. the dart back towards B, and that's going to let them know that the site is not safe. And so they can try to rotate away. They just don't have a ton of space elsewhere. It's not like they've gotten up to elbow. It's not like they've taken a ton of mid space. This is tough.
They did bait out that Yoru rotation, though, which is good. Zoe here. Getting taken out is massive for Catnappers. They can crawl their way back into this round if they can get onto the site.
That isn't going to help. Nora Bora falling, and now Catnapper's in a really nice spot. Spike is planted.
Shot.
Sage, again, Sage just continues to impress. Sage has been
Beautiful
so good
shot.
individually. Yeah.
My Nico winning that head-to-head also against Zoe was just massive for Catnappers bringing this round back. At such a disadvantage, right? Like, you just don't have the weaponry behind it. This could put you in a good spot to get some momentum going on your attacking side. Set a pace of your own. And I liked how they adapted to the setup that Evo had in the previous round that punished them on the pistol, right? Which was that Cypher trip with the salvos following up. The fact that they were able to read into that, into this round, bar it's a eco round for them, bait out all that utility, bait out the rotation, and then understand that A is probably weak after that. That's really, really good for Catnappers. See if they're able to emulate that and into these other rounds and kind of, you know, close that gap.
Evo's going to be on this light buy, so you imagine Catnappers will be able to kind of capitalize on this. A frenzy for Nova, who you were mentioning earlier, has been the star for the squad, 17-7. You got a little bit behind this, a Phantom and an Outlaw too.
Buy. Exactly, yeah, look at the hero buy. That is on the Teo as well, who has been playing that market setup. It's been this 3-2 every single round so far from Evo. The fighting squad towards A, the hit squad, and then the full stall utility on B. This time, no Cypher chips, though. And I think that's why you see a heavier lean here from the attacking side, understanding what the money is looking like for the defense. Still, willing to play that push and pull style on the attack. Take control of B main, leave a deposit to clear that A space. Market door was broken. All eyes now set towards mid or the defense.
Got a cam watching that. Meanwhile, Nora Bora trying to hold the line. Patience on the other side of the clone. Very nicely done. And so filling behind. Now the Outlaw healing a little bit. And the spike's rotating away. Keep a close eye on that. They've gotten out onto B for free.
Yeah, that deposit in B main paying out now. But Nova cuts off the rotation of Alora with that frenzy. And now there's an upgrade. A lot rides on the shoulders right now of Lilac. It's a 2v4. But sitting very healthy and with a Phantom full utility. You have to disrupt and take out as many as you can. You're going to hear the rotations. Will Nova hunt you? Will Nova take you out here with that Vandal?
Precision kill.
That's one box checked. There's still a lot to be done. Evo? Yep. You guys got to speed up.
This nade could be huge. It's just used to delay, though.
Yeah, and it's working. It's very successful in this. This is taking a lot of time. I don't know that they're going to work their way through this firing squad. Gabby gets there, too. Are they going to have time to get to the defuse? I believe there will be enough. Yeah, again, this is going to be another really, really close defuse, but Gabby should be able to get it through. Evo should get to, oh my gosh. Oh, 0.03. Evo get to 11.
Such a close retake. I thought surely it was enough. The up-down setup, the nade to delay even further. But there just wasn't enough damage done. Lilac was taken out first by Gabby. Gabby, who was such a star on the last map of Lotus, having to switch over now to that Sentinel role. Clutching it out, stepping up in such a big moment to try to close this map out. Look at the buy from Catnappers. 2 Guardians light armor. You only have 1 big rifle in effect.
But
that's a great punish. Nico needs to just settle here. You can ult that body in B main.
Couple kills traded though. Catnappers with an advantage. A delay on the spike plant, but second time is the charm.
Spike planted.
Cloudsy 2 off of their ult. The smokes start to come through, and that should conceal Cloudsy's position.
Put down.
And they might be able to pull their way back into this, and this would be devastating for Catnappers as they're desperately trying to find their way back into this series. This one's slipping away from them.
One enemy
It'd be
remaining.
all of the heartbreak, but Lilac holds the line. Lilac gets them to a 3v1. Now it's Cloudsy who's going to show up just a little late to the party. Spotting Allura, and now they know exactly where Cloudsy is. Gets one. Cape will give Allura away, but Allura will land the shots, and Catnappers get to 5.
Some fancy footwork there from Lilac and Spawn at B, or in Boba, I should say. That little 1-2 step, taking out everybody with a headshot in the face of 2. That was very impressive mechanical skill. But it was a little worrisome for Catnappers. The proactivity, trying to get into that market, getting punished, really put Evo in a spot where the numbers were back in their favor. And it's something that Catnappers need to clean up if they truly want to make this run. If they truly want to come back in this half and bring things to Pearl, you got to clean up moments like that. Trap play in effect for Evo. Doesn't connect quite yet.
Oh, this is going to hurt. Oh, that hurts so bad. And that was off of a Classic and a Guardian.
And now the
And
lurk is
Cloudsy's all
sniffed
out.
out.
Yeah, Nico's now dealt with. The lurk dropped, as you were mentioning. Nora can upgrade to a weapon and not able to get away.
Approach was too fast. But those upgrades in B main now, and now you have a showstopper as well on the Zoe. It's going to make it really hard for Catnappers to win this round. Sage has all util, only one flash missing. Have to use utility. Nice sidestep to Mangle though.
But Cloudsy's gonna clean it up. There's just not enough there. I mean, Angie and Sage have done their best. They've done their damnedest to get them back into this, but it just hasn't been enough. And I think part of this, Trey, goes back to the conversation we were having earlier. The gap has been so big that Evo can afford to roll the dial a little bit. They can afford to make some mistakes, and they have the padding to carry it over the line.
Yeah, they didn't have good weaponry in this round, but that B main trap was awesome. The Armageddon being used with the nade, the Yoru flash on top of it, so people don't know what's going on. You kind of have to just jump around and try to find a gap in the Armageddon. Allows for a lot of free kills. Zoe still has that showstopper online too. It's gonna be full A hit right now for Catnappers. Your ult not invested quite yet, but all mid space gathered to the defense. It's gonna be retake versus post plant here. I don't think there's gonna be much disruption from the defense. If it was, it would have been off the back of Zoe right there.
Yeah, I mean, Lilac falling there doesn't help the situation at all.
And then is that from spam? What was that from?
Yeah, it was. Yeah, it was from spam. But I think part of the issue too is they were threatening the lurk, and now that the lurk isn't up, they don't necessarily know that. And so you've kind of got that trip behind you, yes, but can't really afford to just completely act as if though that's not there. Nova's going to scale up behind the flash. Is really nice. Sage is now dead. And off of the second dip, Nico not able to stand in front of all of the aggression, in front of the relentless firepower that's coming from Evo. It's all into Allura. A 1v3 in the middle of the ult too. I mean, desperation, Hail Mary, whatever you want to call it, it will not be enough. Catnappers fall and Evolution survive.
Yeah, Evo looked so great on both these maps. Winning Lotus 13-4, now this map 13-5. And there was a lot behind it, man. There was a lot of thought out rounds, a great macro game called, some nice defensive traps as well that we saw. A lot more depth than probably what we've seen in previous matches for this roster. And it will be the end of Catnappers in their run this Game Changers Swiss stage.
Yeah, Evolution stay alive. You mentioned it. It likely was a lot better than what we've seen before because, you know, as we talked about on Lotus, as we talked about on Sunset, their gameplay looked good. They had really cool ideas. The execution was really nice. They were able to get comfortable leads. They were able to capitalize on the situations that matter, and that's what got them to a 2-0 lead. We're going to throw it to a quick break. On the other side of this, the Verizon post-match interview and more Valorant to come. Stay tuned.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secretlab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back to Valorant Game Changers presented by Verizon. I'm Doug, with me is Dre, and we just watched a complete game in every single facet of it on the side of Evolution. Dre, it felt like they just bested Catnappers from the beginning all the way to the end. It was a bookend, beautiful performance.
It's an impressive way to win your first series of the Swiss stage, honestly. There was a lot of good signs. We saw individual brilliance. We saw great macro, good adaptations to what they were seeing in the actual server from the opposing team. I think it's the best way that you can win to go on a run.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. This builds a ton of confidence. You can tell that there were game plans coming into this, and the game plans were well executed. That, as you were saying, does so much for a situation where you are down in Swiss and you need to find a way to work your way into the rest of the tournament. You take a look at the stats, and in a lot of cases, it doesn't tell the whole story. But Dre, this feels pretty telling. I mean, you just it seemed like Evo could do no wrong.
Yeah, 13 first kills. The conversion on those were awesome. The thrifty round wins. Yeah, you went 1 for 1, but the post plants. Oh my goodness, the post plants were amazing. And a lot of that is to the fact that you're up 5v4 a lot of the times. But again, having the hard reads on where to go, a big part of that was Nova taking that A space while the main pack of players were either taking mid or B control. And it just left the defense of Catnappers in shambles. It was just way too difficult to crawl back into those rounds. And that's often the case with Sunset. It's not an easy map to play when you're down numbers or you don't have info.
Yeah, 1000%. I mean, Evo played that perfectly well. And, you know, we were having some conversations, Dre, around the Silver versus Cetejo. Did you feel like that was a big part of what was going wrong, or do you think there was more going on than that?
I think it's way more than that, but you can clearly tell that the Teo on the actual site executes and the post plant, I mean, like we've been watching for the last, year, is just so crucial to success. This is a post plant meta, and I feel like for the Sova, you need to be actively reclearing space with your drone, with your dart. And if you don't do that, it kind of just puts you behind because the Teo is going to shine. It's going to outshine you in those moments.
We do have an interview set up with Nova from the ever successful Evolution, so we'll bring him right in for the Verizon post-match interview. Nova, thank you so much for joining us. That's a massive win out from you guys.
Yeah, it was a lot better than I expected it to go. I thought it would be at least a little bit close, but hey, it goes how it goes.
I mean, I watching you guys play, it did not feel like you guys should be 0-3 leading into the last match of the Swiss stage. What was different today compared to the other 3 matches you've played?
Well, I think we played a tournament yesterday, like all of us on like different teams. It's called GCA, Game Changers Academy, and I think all of us we weren't playing all together, but it felt like we all had confidence from it because we all made pretty big runs in it. And then I said it mid map for that Lotus, like that was just a completely different team from us today. We played so well. We had just a perfect round on on that defense that I remember where we had 4 people go flank. We killed the Vice, and then we perfectly retook C. And it felt so fluid today. Also, my players are just insane.
Yeah, that's 100%. Well, I actually called that too. I was telling Doug, I was like, it just looks like you guys were very disciplined. You were very confident in your approach, and you're chalking it up to that. But do you think that maybe like it had something to do with the fact that this was like an elimination match? Like, what were the talks like within the team going into this, knowing that if you did lose, like it was done, that was it?
I'm not gonna lie, I don't think we felt the pressure because it felt like we were going up against good teams. We were going up against good teams, and it just felt like there was something that we didn't have, I don't know why we didn't. Like we played Kasoku Band last week. We won a map against them. That was our first map in Swiss, and that felt like a series we should have won. And we kind of I think the mental kind of got lost. Sometimes people weren't shooting. And that just didn't happen today. I mean, like Gabby is just pulling out miracle rounds on that Lotus where against like that ISO front B. Zoe is, so insane. She's, I've been on like 3 teams with her so far, or I think, I've played like a bunch of tournaments with her, and she's just amazing. I literally called her God's gift to the earth before the game started. And I was like, yo, if I'm not setting you up well today, if the calls are bad, just like say it and we'll do it because you're the GOAT.
I mean, is Zoe was a gift to the team on Lotus, and maybe to a lesser degree, but a gift on Sunset as well. How easy does that make your job when you've got players like Zoe doing what they're doing, and Gabby? And I mean, it felt like there were multiple pop-off performances, and it wasn't just like, okay, you're going +5. I think at one point we looked and Zoe was like 20-9 pretty early on. How easy does that make your job there?
I mean, it's great whenever you're like putting them into positions. Like you make a good pre-round and it's like, okay, they're in these spots, they're in the right spots, and then they're kind of just like they're doing I mean, they're just getting multi-frags because we have good setup, and I mean, we're just amazing players. It felt like comms were flowing. It felt like we were all shooting. Just felt amazing today. It felt nice to also play well today too.
Yeah, you could tell. I mean, it reflected in the matches. It reflected in the individual playmaking. The mechanics were all there. The confidence was brimming, and that led you guys to a 2-0 series win. Congratulations. We're going to let you go celebrate to the team, and best of luck to you in the rest of the tournament. We're going to throw it to a quick break. When we return, we've got another banger ahead of us. Shopify Rebellion against FlyQuest Red. Let me try that one more time. Against FlyQuest Red. This is the match you guys have been waiting for, and it will be just on the other side of this. We'll see you guys soon.
Red Bull gives you wings.
You might have heard I'm going through a little upgrade with my tats. So when Verizon announced that everyone gets a free phone on any plan, pain-free, count me in. Try and beat it. I'll give you a sec.
Welcome back to Verizon Game Changers North America, presented by Verizon. I'm Doug. With me is Dre. We just unfortunately had to say goodbye to Catnappers, but the good news is we've got a banger ahead of us. Again, This is the match we've been talking about. This is the match we've been thinking about. We've got Shopify Rebellion, Gold, up against FlyQuest Red. If there are other matches that you're interested in as well, much like in the first set of matches, there are 3 other matches going on at the exact same time. You see it on your screen. I'll spare you all the reading because I trust that you guys can read, but they are live on all different channels. Go check them out. Go support Game Changers. Open them up on every single tab and enjoy good old-fashioned Valorant. Now, let's focus on this match, Dre. We've talked about, and we've had the privilege of casting Shopify Rebellion, Gold, and the players on that team so many times. Yeah. And when I think about Shopify Rebellion Gold, I think of winning. I'm not gonna lie to you. Like the word that comes to mind is winning. It's success.
Winning, dominance, whatever it is, everything that has to do with winning, like you said. It's just one of the most complete teams, and there were so many questions about, you know, Floor's absence, but Dodonut has just stepped up to a different level. I mean, taking Shopify to even greater heights, right? Like that Challengers run and everything. It's been such a pleasure to watch this team grow over the years, and this rivalry is, I mean, it's exactly what it is. It's just been the rivalry. FlyQuest, it feels like, has always been the team that has tried to push Shopify to the limits, and they're going to do that here once more.
Yeah, you mentioned Dodonut, the newest addition to this roster, and how well Donut has slotted in, obviously under the tutelage and the guidance of both Mel and Alexis, the winningest players ever. I don't think, I mean, this is an exaggeration for those of you who are actually keeping score and getting ready to type angrily in chat. I don't think Alexis and Mel have ever lost at anything, ever. Noya and Sarah haven't either. I mean, they just win. They just win, and this program is built so insanely well, and so there's a lot of reason why people talk about Shopify Rebellion with the reverence that they do. They're just that damn good, and the pieces all fit together, Dre.
Yeah, and I think a big shout out to Effie's as well, who, I mean, he has been the one that helps out with all the structure and really kind of made those pieces mold together to have such dominance. It's truly the most complete squad I think we've seen in Valorant so far, the most dominant one for certain.
On the other side of the stage, there are challengers. FlyQuest Red, you Red. That's twice that I've messed that up. We've talked about FlyQuest Red and how they are often the ones who are pushing Shopify, who are the ones who are in the ring with them, and they're gonna have a chance to best their rivals once more here. When I take a look at this roster, the 2 names that pop for me, I have 3. I mean, Bob obviously is an OG, has been around for a very long time, is very successful, but my eyes go towards Lace and Thea, and you talk about players who have been synonymous with Game Changers and with Game Changers success. It's both. Those are the 2 names that come to mind. Those 2 players are insane.
And I think Thea gets a lot of criticism in terms of, like, you know, mechanics. I think her IGLing is phenomenal, honestly, and I think people, a bit of an oversight that they don't realize is how good Thea is on pistol rounds and how impactful pistol rounds shape the game of Valorant, right? I mean, the fact that you have somebody like Thea on your team who's not only your IGL and can have great macro calling that can kind of compete with a person like Mel, but also the fact that she's able to be so proficient on those pistol rounds, it's a testament to why this team has always been at runner-up to Shopify. Now, that being said, obviously Shopify have, you know, bested FlyQuest Red 8 out of 9 times, but man, it's been some close series historically. I mean, the last time these 2 teams faced, it was pretty different roster for FlyQuest Red, and it was kind of dominant for Shopify Rebellion, but I think that this time it's going to be a lot closer than what people think it's going to be.
We will take a look at the maps. I believe those are ready, and so that will set the stage for where we will be going in this best of 3 Lotus split, and then if needed, Icebox. We kicked off the first series just a couple hours ago on Lotus, and now we're going to get to do the same here, Dre, between Shopify and FlyQuest.
Yeah, both these teams are great at Lotus. Both teams' fundamentals are very strong on this map, and I think it's actually going to come down to a lot of those micro plays those clutch moments that I was talking about in the previous matchup. I think that that's where these teams are going to shine, because both these teams, I know as a fact, the current coaching staff for FlyQuest, previously it was Jovi, right, have a very strong grasp and understanding of how to approach Lotus for FlyQuest side. And then obviously Shopify, even when I was back a player, I was impressed with how much I learned from them just scrimming them right on that map. So it's going to be a really macro heavy game, but I think where it's going to be decided is who steps up in those exchanges and comes out on top. Who's going to get those crazy 3Ks in the heat of the moment, right? I think that's what this map is truly going to come down to. And I think that FlyQuest starting the attacking side, they're going to be able to set the pace. They're going to be able to condition things that they want. Shopify are going to have to weather that storm and warm up a little bit themselves.
Yeah, you know, you were mentioning again the clutches and how those in your mind will be some of the difference makers. I think the difference makers kind of go back towards the playmakers, in my opinion. And when I think of like X factor playmakers, right, like players who can get teams and historically have gotten their own respective teams out of sticky situations and kind of delivered them out of real bad spots that they really had no business getting out of. I think of Alexis, and I think of Thea and Lace again. And I think for FlyQuest, if they are going to exercise their demons, so to speak, and finally get a big one over Shopify, I do think both of them, both Lace and Thea, have to be on, and they have to be able to contribute, not in just a normal way, but I look to them to be the leaders for FlyQuest Red if they want to have a shot at this.
Yeah, definitely. And that is the benefit of starting on that attacking side, right? You are able to kind of take things into your own hands and be the one to step up to the plate like that. That being said, I mean, the last time that FlyQuest played this map, they did lose it to Ghost Gaming in an OT game, which is a little bit worrisome because that was a match where Lace did kind of struggle a bit, right? Having 9 kills. But yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, if Lace can step up today, Doug, like you stated, I think that it's going to be a very strong start for FlyQuest going into this map.
We will see whether or not that plays out. Again, Lotus is map 1. I'm being told that Agent Select should be just around the corner. And so we'll be getting into this here. Again, this highly touted matchup. There's a lot of history between these two teams. Again, a player that we talked about a little bit at the beginning, but we haven't touched on since is Bob. And the firepower that Bob brings, the history that Bob brings. There's a lot here, Dre.
Yeah, I mean, Bob is actively playing in challengers as well, if I'm not mistaken. So if you look at Bob's profile history, it's something unbelievable. Like just absolute grinding the game to an extent that I don't think a lot of players could handle. Like last 90 days, almost 1,200 rounds played on Teo. You have 400 rounds played on Raze, 300 on Sova, and across so many different agents as well. I mean, I think, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12 agents played. You know what I mean? I mean, unbelievable game time in the last 90 days for Bob. And I think the form that Bob shows on this duelist role is so confident for FlyQuest that Donut's going to have some real troubles, and it's going to have to be a brawl. We'll see who on Shopify can step up early on the defensive side to try to shut Bob down. But we'll see when we get into Agent Select on what's going on. Because, honestly, on FlyQuest as well, Aluvali had some crazy moments on Deadlock. That was it was some crazy stuff there. And that Deadlock ult, when you keep getting that thing online, it can be so oppressive to play against.
Yeah, I was referring to Bob's experience on Cloud9 White, and then, you know, going all the way back. I'm talking like
I know,
deep into the history books, and, you know, some of that familiarity that you have going into the server when you're going to be going up against ex-teammates and stuff like that. And yeah, they were teammates a long time ago, but you know that again, as a player, as someone who's been in those exact situations, you know, those relationships, there's always a little bit something sweeter about beating players that you've played alongside.
A little grudge match.
You know, just a little something to sweeten the pot and sweeten the situation. I am being told that we are waiting on one player who has had a slight player outage, or a power outage, excuse me. Although I suppose that does mean a player outage as well. I am being told that the game is starting here in 30 seconds. So we should be just a couple of moments away from getting into Agent Select, getting into this opening map in this best of 3. Again, both teams that come into this undefeated, 3-0 record, spotless, without blemish, and now they're going to get a chance to duel and clash on this big stage. And I think as we turn our attention over to the map and as we turn our attention over to Agent Select, you mentioned some of the potential need for Donut to step up because Bob has been grinding the game.
Yes.
I think what's cool about how the Shopify roster is built is that it's not all on one player. I think we haven't talked about Noya. I mean, there's so much to this Shopify roster. We haven't talked about Sarah, and it's in the name, Sarah Frags, right? And so you've got to believe that it's not all on Donut's shoulders here.
It's very true. When you think of Shopify, you think of them being the hallmark of structure and consistency. And I'm just wondering if they're going to be flexing their depth in this matchup, or if they're just going to stick to those fundamentals, those basics, watch for early reads and punish FlyQuest or like early aggression, right? Because they will be starting on that defensive side. And for FlyQuest, let's see if they're going to set a tempo. Are they going to play a high pace? Are they going to try to ante the way that Shopify like to play their defense? Can they crack through those setups? It's definitely going to be a banger on Lotus.
I think one of the other things that we touched on this a little bit here in the first series, but again, this matters considerably more in this series, and it's the IGL play. And when you think about Mel, you think about what the winningest IGL in the history of Game Changers. I mean, a name that few can hold a candle to, and just such a selfless leader, so highly respected. And I mean, it helps when you win as much as Mel wins. There's a lot to be excited about there, and I think for as much as we talk, I tend to nerd out on the IGLs. It's easy to talk about the stats and the duelists and the whatever. I tend to look towards the IGLs, and I think when you're Shopify and you've got Mel at the helm, you're in safe hands.
Yeah, for certain, right? I mean, she is a veteran to the game, and the experience and credibility that she has pulled her through so many of these moments. We have to remember, both these teams are undefeated, like you stated. Both are playoff bound, but this is going to set the tone for the rest of the tournament, right? You have seeding. It's all an important edge, right? The team that wins this, that comes out on top, will be first seed.
First seed in the main stage event, here, which will be kicking off here in a little bit. So yeah, you're absolutely right. And having that advantage, having that confidence leading into this, and to go through it at 4-0, not too shabby of a way to enter into the main event. So you take a look at the quick compositions out from Shopify and from FlyQuest. Bob on the Raze. Meanwhile, Donut on the Yoru.
Yeah, I don't think we're seeing anything different from the side of either right now. Again, Aluvali went absolutely nuclear on that deadlock last time. And this is such an interesting composition that you have limited practice against, right? It's not every day that you run into a solo initiator Teo comp with double controller and deadlock as your sentinel. I mean, it's kind of awkward, but if there's anyone that can maneuver around that and have an understanding to do so, it is that IGL, that veteran experience that Mel has, right? To be able to take Shopify, from a probably uncomfortable spot at first to adapting on the fly. This first pistol round is going to be a heavy emphasis towards an A fight early on for Shopify, but look at that Yoru TPR to use from Donut to lean towards C to help the double controller.
Sarah used the missiles right at the beginning of the round, so you know the door is broken. And so there's a little focus on A and then the TP away, as you were mentioning. Meanwhile, for FlyQuest, the objective is scoop up the orb and then reset the map. So far, so good.
Yeah, look at FlyQuest are now waiting for a re-clear of Shopify. So they have their own set protocols of how Shopify Rebellion like to approach these defensive rounds. But since that trap wasn't triggered in the first, 30 seconds of the round, they decide to set their sights on that A, understanding that it's probably weaker now.
Yeah, and remember, Donut used a TP to get towards C at the very beginning. So once they do find out that that's where the hit is headed, it's going to be a bit more timely of a rotation. Towards the A side of the map, FlyQuest have quietly found safe passage out towards half wall. Sarah spotting should give everything away. And now, that's the Deadlock and the Viper. Door is going to be popped. They know exactly where the hit is. I love this from Shopify, too. They're not committing to the fight too early. They're just grouping up, and they will go their own way.
Yeah, they're definitely waiting for some type of
30
alert.
seconds left.
And now, a Deadlock wall coming out at stairs. That's going to have to be broken pretty early on here once this Omen smoke fades. And that will stall the retake. But Shopify, they've been in the spot before. They're very comfortable in doing set retakes. That Sheriff from Bob is doing some damage.
Alexis already has been found. They have managed to clear through the wall. But still, so much of the work is left to be done. Salvo's flushing out. The utility is really nice, and Donut's here to punish, there to capitalize. His 4v4 pistol is going to be a bit of a mess. Again, the spike has been ticking for a little while. Mel's going to be on the flank. Mel finds 3. And now you've got Lay stuck on the other side of the door. It's not planted for her. Noi is going to stick the defuse all the way. A 4K for Mel and the pistol for Shopify.
Yeah, hey, man, forget the IGLing that's required. Mel has stepped up to the plate here mechanically, getting 4 into that round. And that was such a poised and controlled retake, even being down 1, nobody panicking from the side of Shopify, just really taking their time, using their utility to flush out the post-plant positions of FlyQuest, and everybody in tree just crumbled. And of course, as is any other match that me and Doug cast, we are due for a tech pause. We're turning into the new the pots and pans, man. The pansy pock, dude.
Oh, we do get a couple of these. Once we figure out what's going on, we will keep you good people at home informed and get back into the action. Shopify were able to walk away with the pistol. You mentioned the heroics out from Mel, and a lot of that, you know, when you think about navigating the Deadlock utility in a post plant, in a 5v5, when the spike has already been planted and you have to rotate from the freaking other side of the world to have a chance to make a play, it was insanely well done.
Yeah, and it was a great punish from Bob as well, once that wall was being broken on stairs. So you see some brilliance of how this Deadlock can, you know, really put impact into the rounds and kind of put a thorn in the side on those retakes. But it just came down to that micro stuff that I was talking about, Doug. Like when push comes to shove and you actually need to dig deep and grind out the round, Mel was the one that was able to come out on top.
I am being told that the pause is due to a quick player situation. So, again, once we know more, we'll keep you all informed. But I know that everyone involved is trying to get back into the game as soon as possible. I think if you take a look at FlyQuest just in that pistol, and Dre, you mentioned it there, and we talked about Bob a lot leading into the series. Bob hitting at the beginning is going to be really key for FlyQuest, for FlyQuest, excuse me, because for Shopify to get through that the way that they did, certainly bodes well. So there's got to be someone on the other side to be able to step up and punch back.
Yeah, but the problem is execution, right? You were up 5v4. You had the macro game 1. You know, you kind of baited out the rotations. You had spike planted, and still didn't go your way. You cannot let that get to you. If you do, your chances of beating a team like Shopify are going to be nil, like slim to nil. I should say, especially given all the history between the teams and, you know, who has come out on top historically. You need strong starts against a team like Shopify.
Tech pause is done. Players and fans can rejoice. Back into the action we go. You see, take a look at the buy for FlyQuest. It's a Ghost, a Sheriff, and then classics around it. Meanwhile, for Shopify, a much more notable investment. 2 Bulldogs, an Outlaw, and a Judge. And it does seem like they are going to be testing some of that purchase here, B.
Yeah, I was a little worried for Shopify at first with that close setup because those classics can do a lot of damage in those like little scruffles.
Yeah, they hurt.
But it's a re-clear of A for Shopify and everybody on FlyQuest now. Or the main core leading towards C, trying to re-clear out Mel.
Outlaw works. Mel continues to pile it on. 2 kills found. And that's as clean of a round as you could possibly ask for.
Yeah, Sarah's also able to bring that outlaw, dropping the stinger into this round. So the weaponry for Shopify on this bonus is looking really nice. And I don't believe Noya disclosed that she has that judge as well. FlyQuest can, I mean, if they get funneled into where Noya is anchoring, it's going to be, or it could be disaster, right? We've seen that judge, specifically from Artzin and Tree, do a lot of work, man. And it looks like FlyQuest are defaulting A early on here, so, and it's pacey.
Meanwhile, Lace dying at the beginning of the round on the opposite side of the map. You cannot, I mean, you cannot afford to get bonused here. You can't. Not if you're FlyQuest. Donut just got to kill C, rotates back already, getting involved in the action A. The power of Yoru on full display. You were mentioning that judge too, getting up close and personal. You take FlyQuest in a spot where they have to take a step back. Only 2 remaining, trying to solve the mess that they find themselves in.
Yeah, you got these 1v1. So it was able to upgrade as well.
Your biggest mistake was
Donut Doug with a 3K into the round. You were stating it, the power of the Yoru being able to be at 2 places at once, getting the pick on to C, understanding the speed up is likely to be A. And even if everybody else had fell there in Broken Door or the trades didn't go their way, Noya was sitting in A site with a judge. So the plan of Shopify to funnel all of FlyQuest to speed up into A worked so perfectly because of that C pick. And now you have the Yoru ultimate online. If things get a little shaky, a little dicey, you can use it to spot out if FlyQuest can somehow manage to get into a site. Shopify have put a strong emphasis on C control early on in this half after winning that pistol.
Yeah, you see the refresh smokes already on the one-way. Mound control is theirs, and they can try to funnel them into A, which seems like will work here. Quick note, Donut has ult. No TP to get to right now, so it's going to take the conventional way, if you will, of rotating back to the opposite side of the map. Noya continues to be a problem. It's early. This is a terrifying Shopify.
This is, yeah, this is so scary if you're FlyQuest. I'm expecting a very early timeout off the end of this. I think you need to try to stop the momentum and stop the bleeding that is happening right now, because Shopify, every single member has had their moment right now. I mean, Alexis and Sarah haven't really had to do much of anything besides be that supporting cast of utility, helping funnel everybody towards that C site. But this is a setup that you don't see a lot of teams running every day on the defense. When you think of Vipers on this map, you kind of think of them anchoring towards that C side of the map a lot of the times. So maybe FlyQuest just not used to the anchoring potential of that Viper on A. How much stall it has. Now an Odin in the hands of Noya as well.
Or early spam, and then the cutting of noise, deafening. Do you know what's waiting for you on the other side?
Yeah, the thing is once these players are spotted by a quick jiggle from Sarah, who almost falls, the rotations will come into play here. So there is no option to double back right now if you're FlyQuest. Yeah, you can pivot B, but it's unlikely. And look at how many members of Shopify are ready here because of that C default they've been doing.
Drone gonna catch a little bit of info. Noya not allowed safe passage, not able to find a way out. Gonna get a kill as a fadeaway nade provides some damage onto Noya. But a 4v4 here. Mel's left on the outside looking in because of the sound sensors. Not fully convinced and making sure the rotations don't come through. Alexis lights up the kill feed.
One enemy remaining.
Shopify, full steam ahead.
The layers and layers of utility, but somehow it's Noya with the Odin who takes the fight onto Bob in main. And I think Bob got separated a little bit there from their own deadlock wall, right? So there's that timeout from FlyQuest that I was talking about earlier. Things have definitely been spiraling way out of control, and they need to do something about this C control that Shopify have been getting for free. And I think Shopify in the beginning, I mean, remember back to when there was a lot of emphasis towards that A side of the map early on in Pistol, where they kind of worked C and worked back towards A and they had a free bomb plant. They need to do that, but towards that C side of the map. Bait out those rotations to come to that A site off of the tap of the door once you push off Sarah, and just have somebody see, either take the 50-50 against Mel or just hold the space in the meantime, understanding nobody's been pushed up front B or walked all the way down, right? You need that exit plan. You cannot be one-dimensional against a team like Shopify who has all the experience in the world.
I mean, they have been successful in every facet of the game so far, up 5 rounds. As we see that timeout expire, you wonder, you question what the adjustments are for FlyQuest. They have struggled. I mean, they haven't really been able to find any success. You mentioned the C main fight that they haven't been able to win. You get funneled into A, and it's just kind of like a lamb to the slaughter.
And I feel like games like this, when two teams are undefeated, it's not just about who wins. It's about how you win. You want to make a statement. So far, Alexis has made a statement onto this round.
Yep, that's 3. I mean, it's just stingers, and so I get it, but also even understanding that you're in a disadvantageous situation because you don't really have the guns to fight back like you normally should or like you normally could. This still feels bad. I mean, Alexis gets 4 with the Odin. FlyQuest continue to struggle.
Right? And it's just allowing Shopify to gather more momentum, more confidence. Alexis finally had her moment to pop off with that Odin. Now, I mean, sitting at what, 1 kill a couple rounds ago. Now competing with Dodo Nut for the top spot, and because of that, getting that Breach ultimate online. Yeah, there's some really good ultimates on the side of FlyQuest, but it's a pretty even playing field into this round, and this map historically being attack-sided, this is not the start you wanted if you're FlyQuest. Keep in mind, everybody out there, this is Shopify's map pick, but still, I mean, you want to at least have it be close, have it be a fight. You don't want to go into your map pick getting blown out of the map. And look at this, Noya with this aggressive Viper's Pit in the lobby.
Oh,
what is that?
From Lace. As soon as the pick goes up, it gets dropped back down. We talked about Lace needing to be an X factor for FlyQuest. Yeah, it's been a little delayed, sure, maybe a bit behind schedule, but Lace still has it.
Spike planted.
Ultimate use, some proactivity with the responses, some fighting out of water.
Oh man, they finally are going to get on the board here, aren't they?
Surely.
Alexis, no real options. That Odin will get 1, and then a message sent as they is there for the trade. FlyQuest get on the board, and they do so with some snappy shots out of the side of the X factors that we were looking for.
Yeah, not allowing Shopify to set up that retake. That head-to-head from Lace on Anoya in a main. Honestly, from the start of this round to the end, there was a lot of statements being made like I was talking about. We saw Alexis with the Odin, instead of trying to get out with it, just full spraying. Now, how do you deal with this operator from Dodonut who is at C Mound? Are you aware? Do you use set layered utility to flush that out?
Especially on the other side of the map. Dodo's up, aggressive, finds value with the op.
So aggressive. This has found a window here, though.
And that window slammed shut.
Yeah, that window got closed.
Meanwhile, Dodo's getting another kill. The paranoia out. Shopify presumably up 7, a flawless round. And now I think the bigger issue here for FlyQuest is there's another thing that they're going to have to solve for. They were down 6-0 without the op really being in play.
Shopify have been showing so many different looks. I mean, you had a Judge in one round. You had an Odin and a couple in the hands of 2 different players, Noya and Alexis. Now you have to deal with that operator. No ults were used either from Shopify in this round, so they still have Armageddon for retake. They still have Alexis's Breach ult for retake. Omen ult to gather space if you want, and now you're going to go for an A fight, and all of FlyQuest are here. Some really good reads from Shopify.
Oh, they have no idea that Thea's back there.
There's a lot behind this.
Thea's got a ratty little timing. Oh, Meanwhile, the TP's out. They're fully sending back C. Again, keep a close eye on Thay on the minimap. Or it can get botched at the hands of Mel.
What is that?
We missed it again. That's the pre-special. But either way, the pressure's been alleviated. Noise on the swing, continuing to deliver. And it's a firing squad with no room for safety. Shopify running away with this. I'm having a hard time seeing a way back in.
I mean, that was such a heads-up play from Mel, but hold on. Almost had a chance to connect some shots, but just too many members from Shopify towards C. What great awareness from Mel, though, because when I'm looking at the mini-map, it kind of felt like, yeah, they were unaware, right, Doug? It felt like maybe there was something there for Thea to get. But
That's
Mel
a second.
just...
Go ahead.
Yeah? Second time out. Yeah, no,
Yeah.
100%. Second time out. You have to. I mean, you need to win these remaining rounds. And the problem is, you look at the economy, it's not looking good for you. Right? Maybe you can get something going with this deadlock ult. I feel like you should use it towards that. Like, try to find out where the main pack of Shopify are fighting and use it on, like, the other extremity, the opposite extremity. Usually somebody that's going to be, like, jiggling that area, right? If you can catch them off, maybe you get a free gun, upgrade, and a site plant. Might still not go your way because Alexis has that Armageddon, but that's probably your best way in. But, I mean, the way that Shopify have been able to manipulate FlyQuest rotations, they've been in the driver's seat this entire time. And it's just so impressive because they're the ones on defense, right? You would think that the attackers are the ones that manipulate the way that the defense are moving. But it's quite the opposite. That A fight and all that utility used from Shopify, the fact that they have the Yoru and that Omen ult to rotate quickly to C just makes the defense just so fortified. And Noya was able to get out in time around C-Mound area, not fall early. It's just really clean play from Shopify.
Hands off the wheel from FlyQuest staff for the rest of this. As
It
they're
kinda feels
desperately
cooked.
looking. Yeah, I mean, they're desperately looking for answers.
Gotta find some value with this deadlock ultimate, but
the rich just get richer.
Yeah. Another first blood for Dodo Nut. This time in front B. It's the first time that we've seen Shopify do a 1-3-1 setup. Both initiators were behind Dodo Nut to support if there was not more behind it.
There's the ult that you were mentioning and the need to find value with it, and it whiffs. It's wide left.
It's all up to 50-50s now. Lace needs to be the one to take the fight onto Mel and win on the A site, because if you run into C, that breach ultimate is here. Dodo Nut's already posted up on default with that operator. They're willing to let the walk-in happen. Shopify are willing to give all that C space and hold these weird off angles.
I mean, you've got Alexis's ult. Pave the way on a retake. Yeah, they're rotating off.
Tap of the door did bait out 2 rotations. The problem is FlyQuest are too hesitant. They didn't take their timing. So now there's going to be 3 members back here again. And this time, Alexis is with the pack, with the group of players. So she can flood with them.
They're just waiting for the cue. Bob gets plucked out of the sky. 10 seconds left. And now the Rolling Thunder surely secures the round. They don't even really have time to plan anymore. Shopify Rebellion waltz their way back into the site. Up 8. A perfect game so far.
This is a FlyQuest that is afraid. This is a FlyQuest that is hesitant. This is a FlyQuest that is playing to lose. And this is a Shopify that is just steamrolling in every aspect. Again, the last time these two teams faced off, it was a slaughter. 13-4, 13-3. Yes, it was different rosters, but it looks like the outcome on at least this first map is going to be the same. Shopify look unstoppable right now.
Yep, it does not, unfortunately, look any different. And the thing is, you talked about it, you can't call timeout. I mean, I don't know how else you get involved in the conversation. There's a nice trade out from Bob, but Dota's still getting theirs.
Yeah. I think you're seeing the flaw in composition for FlyQuest of not having the breach to support the Teo utility.
Yeah, solo Teo feels real bad.
Yeah, and I'm down to dive into it more after this round. Really get the viewers a feel of what I'm talking about, but I think we should focus on this brawl that's about to happen in A main. With the way things are going, I mean, you have a paranoia here in the hands of Mel, and still that Teo stun from Sarah. I think FlyQuest might just run into a slaughter.
It's a 2v4 though, but there's a paranoia that you mentioned. The missiles come back up online, and they play it beautifully. Again, they don't overcommit to the fight. Yeah, they take a step back. Bob pops the ult, and it's from a mile away.
Doug, they baited out their showstopper with early presence, and now they're willing to play a retake on a more delay utility.
Paranoia out. Alexis is there to greet with open arms. And again, the barrage of utility. Oh, it's off the rails.
10 seconds left.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, you're gonna save the op, but at what cost?
The round is done, and I mean,
wow.
Last
I mean,
round
so
in
much
the half.
to dive into from Shopify, but I do want to talk about the difference in composition of not having that follow-up utility. It's the problem with running the solo initiator Teo is you use your stealth bot to get info when you know Dodo Nut is there. You know, but you can't use a stun. You can't use anything, a flash, to get Dodo Nut off of the line, and that's why this operator is giving so much value.
not again, surely. They know where Dodo Nut is. The Roomba, the drone, literally everything sent.
But you can't do anything about
deny the success. Yeah, all you can do is really rotate away.
Both Omens did fall here. That means no more Omen smokes on the attacking side, and that allows for Shopify to play in these awkward spots. Not smoked off whatsoever.
Sarah spotting one. Just a deadlock, though. This ult is going to give everything away. I mean, Dodo Nut's going to catch so much of what's going on. Noya getting flushed up by the utility. Sarah's there to greet and swing.
Closed.
And this has all the makings of an 11-1 half. Unless Bob can do something about it. A 1v2. Swinging into the ops. Swinging into their death. Swinging into another round win for Shopify.
Just an absolute masterclass of the defensive side. What is up with both of these teams that we watched on Lotus starting on defense? Just making the map turn into a defense-sided map. Again, this has been an attack-sided map since it came out. 11-1 defenses are not something that you're supposed to witness twice in one day, Doug.
18-3 out from Dodo Nut. The calling from Mel has been perfect. And yes, they've been able to abuse the fact that you don't have enough utility to get Dodo off these lines early.
Yeah.
C was theirs the entire half.
Yes.
I mean, I don't think they found any success on that side of the map at all.
Oh, and you would think that maybe you would have a deadlock nade lineup or something of the sort to kind of just make it annoying, but we don't. And here we are. 3-1-1 spread attack for Shopify, and it's all off of contact, but that deadlock sensor is flushed out.
And there's no the response from FlyQuest there. No rotating back, no concern about the sound sensor being tripped. That smoke will help a little bit. Now they know Yori's there. They're starting to get a better understanding of what the picture is.
With Mel showing C, it keeps two members there, so still odds in favor of Shopify. See if he has something to say about it.
Looking for the sliver, and we'll find it off the Paranoia. 1 kill found. Noya trying to do her best and cannot. Meanwhile, Mel might be able to repeat the success found in the pistol in the first half, but Mel will fall. And so FlyQuest in a really nice position to win this pistol here.
Some really good set utility, damage utility, raise nade, salvos.
But it's not quite done yet. Alexis Tuff's the last bit of utility. Donut trying to pile it on, but you're just outnumbered. You're just overwhelmed, and FlyQuest get to 2.
Yeah, really good time paranoia from the defense. They spoke about pistol round heroics that we've seen her do in the past. This time it's that paranoia that I was talking about that sets up Aluvali, who found that little gap in their own Viper wall. Not afraid, but still such an uphill battle. This is going to be one of the toughest comebacks. And if you look at Shopify's buy right now, just some set utility, classics across the board, probably understanding that Bob likes to buy into that outlaw, and they want to have full armor for the following round.
Yeah, it's just not worth really investing anything here, to be honest. I mean, for what, right? Like, you're up 20,000 rounds. You know that you should be able to close this out, and maybe it's a little delayed, but no reason to force it. So Shopify scooping up the Warp C, leaning heavy that way. I don't think that drone tagged anyone across the middle of the map.
It didn't, but I want to take note of that because that's 2 rounds in a row that FlyQuest have used that drone in the mid round to try to get info on if there's alert.
Outlaw has been found. They're going to try to funnel out behind it, and they're going to be greeted by stingers, by sheriffs, by FlyQuest, really, as they get their 3rd.
Not too costly. I think Mel, now having a little bit of an understanding on where some of these sensors might be placed when it's not an aggressive fight at A. You know, we saw that one on C. And also understanding that Teo drone being used in the mid-round front B. Mel, when that stealth bot was used, heard the audio there. That's why she opened the door, kind of made it known that, okay, hey, you can't just walk into that B space for free. I wonder now if there's some kind of game plan around that piece of utility. If they decide to hide, re-hit B, FlyQuest thinking that maybe that's all clear. We'll see.
Meanwhile, FlyQuest clearing out all of A main on their own at the beginning of the round. Not safe for Shopify to explore, at least not yet. And they're taking the space too.
Again, remember what I was talking about with that stealth bot being used early on.
Yeah, Noya understanding those timings perfectly. Dodges the utility from main and then knows that the drone is coming, tucks back in, never tagged. Keep a close eye on the minimap though, because that tail's crunching in from B. If they don't fully speed up on this A main, they might get caught. They might get crunched. Bob's gonna get so much done. Only one found though.
Look at that flank
Now
that
it's
you're
on
talking
Thea.
about.
Thea tries to stay back. There's the flank, and Mel's ready for it.
I think this is so obvious right now that it's a heavy lean towards A. Shopify need to run all the way to C. Guess it'll be a front B approach though, with a deposit of Noya, who could try to be a bit of a backstab, bit of a crunch. No smoke front B to delay this hit. This could work in favor for Shopify.
They overwhelmed. Donut opens the sight right up, and Shopify can fill in directly behind it. Even a TP for the late flank if need be. Alexis commits to getting a spike down. It's just an outlaw and a stinger on the other side of this. They try to swing on the other side of the net, and it works at least for one. But the truth is, I mean, I guess successes have been pretty hard to come by for FlyQuest, and so you take those, but it's just been a complete slaughter from the side of Shopify.
Yeah, it looked very promising too with that flank that was coming in, but there's just something Mel just has, like these spidey senses that just go off. Like, you know, keep in mind the first half, that Omen ult, I guess that one's a little bit more obvious, but this time being aware that somebody could just be lurking, because of that stealth bot being used really early on and how much presence that was shown from Shopify at A, just really great awareness from the IGL. That's that veteran experience shining, honestly. Like,
yeah,
you can't paint the picture better.
Aggressive, the flash on the other side of the wall, the paranoia traded, and now the ult has been popped. Bob getting high ground, finding success onto Sarah.
It's a great
and
start.
The round slows down. Uh-oh, Lace asleep at the wheel. Regathers, gets on to Noya. Now trying to find safety behind the mound, and there's only so much protection there.
Completely overwhelmed. Not aware of the flank this time around, though. Phenomenal showstopper out of Bob. Stopping that A default, stopping that A walk-up. Donuts Yoru flash was the cue to pop that. And that's the push and pull. Lace taking all of that C mound control because of what was shown. And now a time to just slow things down for Shopify. Still two timeouts in play. But, I mean, it's noted. A chance for FlyQuest to also, you know, have some talks as well. Remember, the coach of FlyQuest using both timeouts in the first half. So, not able to talk to his team for quite some time.
Meanwhile, you talked about FEs and obviously the experience that comes with that, the championship pedigree that comes with that, and not getting involved in the conversation is he's been pretty hands-off for the last little bit, and you take a look at the scoreboard and you understand why. Shopify have been in full control for most of it, and now maybe feeling some of it slip away is the case. So he gets involved. Donut 22-6. Meanwhile, you look at the economy and it's spotty. And so we'll see what Shopify choose to do here. I mean, you know that the thing about a lead this big and the thing about playing against a breach Tejo comp is that it's inevitable, right? Like you're going to hit that sweet spot when you have the Tejo and the breach hold up at the same time. And you've got Donut ulting as well. And all of a sudden, I mean, you just ult your way past the finish line.
Yes, and I think that's what we're going to see in this round. We're going to see the C orb try to be gathered on the breach. Start building up towards those win contingencies. I saw a lot of pings in front B from Shopify early on, like before this round started. Maybe to ping the stealth drone. Maybe they're waiting for that after the C control. It's not used at the normal time. This time...
Oh, I love that. Mel just put a smoke out C to suggest that they're contacting out behind it.
Yeah, the
and then
smoke,
immediately, FlyQuest sent 3 back to C, and they're just going to try to contact their way out.
They are ahead of it, though.
And so now they know. And the Bob's going to have to rotate back. So the timing on this is a little weird. It's a little disjointed out from FlyQuest. Meanwhile, if Mel can get this kill, this opens up a lot. Paranoia out from A is going to cause a little bit of problems. Delay things for just a moment as the door is tapped. Oh, we've got exploring. Utility out. Mel had no shot. And FlyQuest should be able to waltz through the rest of this round.
Yeah, they're going to be stuffed in tree. This is going to be so difficult. Luvili can use that deadlock nade to further the damage.
Spike down.
It's not too though. It's getting kind of costly right now for FlyQuest.
The money's not great. 200 credits, 100 credits. But three weapons, carried over, and they should be okay.
Yeah, they should be all right. But that breach ult was gathered from Alexis. Now, we saw a bunch of pings front B from Shopify, from probably, presumably Mel, early on in that last round. I'm assuming that it was because they were waiting for that stealth bot timing, right? And then Mel was going to try to take that front B lurk.
Right.
It was a good adaptation from FlyQuest to not commit to that same use of the reclear utility and kind of switch things up and just walk on Mel. I think what Mel was going for worked against her.
Oh, I didn't think Donut would pop the ult this early. I thought they might wait to get Sarah's up as well, but they're investing into this. So Donut's going to clear all that space. Uh-oh.
Oh, no.
And now Lace can continue to push this. That's one ult off the board. But Lace waits on the other side of the smoke. And if they can get to post plant, that's a big win condition for Shopify, but flushed out by the Tejo. And now forced to take a step back, potentially rotate away, or at least threaten it. The smoke out towards B Heaven. The door is tapped. 3 of them go back B. Lace is there to greet 1, but it's not enough. It's not enough. Bob gets 2 more. Bob gets all 3. FlyQuest gets 6.
There was so much that went wrong for Shopify in the micro. I mean, that fault line was not meant to be for Donut, right? That fault line was supposed to land on Lace. It was supposed to be a setup for Donut to come out of that gate crash and just pop out with the judge and get the free entry onto the C site. You get the spike planet for free, but now all of a sudden we had to invest our breach ultimate after we get 1 kill at C. We're not aware that someone could be backside. And FlyQuest have stolen a round away off of the mistakes of Shopify. And now there's 3 members here to deal with this B push.
You imagine it's off of a stun setup, a little bit ahead of it all is Mel, but traded right back. Sarah gets a second, and all of a sudden, they've got a shot at this. This thing's growing legs. Luvili looking to get a swing, but is traded right back. Those numbers do not add up when you're down, when you're in a disadvantageous situation. Still 2 rifles to play on the side of the defense. It's all onto Alexis, and she has a Sheriff and a Stinger in a 1v1 against Thea on the other side. Can Thea keep this map alive? A tap, waiting for the swing, and Thea just a little bit further away. It never comes. 53 seconds left on the clock here. Plenty of time to instill doubt.
Alexis still working in this front B, but Thea, she faked some footsteps earlier like she was running away. Now she's going to be re-clearing heaven. Both players are so low. There's so much tension in the air.
A is close. A is close. Alexis checking heaven, having to check every single corner. So much time has elapsed. Note that Alexis has a stun back up online. Meanwhile, Thea has all the smokes in the world, but is not using any of them. There it is. There's the fight, and Thea comes out on top.
And that's just a battle of the minds, right? So many timings missed, but Thea is the one that comes out on top. I mean, really, Alexis could be anywhere in that post plant.
I will survive them.
Thea just finding the right timing on the actual site. Not forcing the issue. I feel like a lot of players would just want to speed up, take the 1v1, but Thea took her time, understanding that the spike needs to be planted. And that's what ultimately ended up winning the round for her. So now FlyQuest have shortened that deficit to 5 rounds. They built momentum.
Yeah, I will say though, I don't, not to be a Doug Downer, but Shopify back on guns. That was an eco. For it to have gotten down to a 1v1 is tremendous, and now Sarah has ult too.
But again, remember what happened last gun round and the mistakes that Shopify made on the execution.
Yeah. You're not wrong. And now they know they're not gonna try to use the orbit clear and fully sending into this. Mel's got behind him. The aggro TP from the captain. And now Shopify looking to put him away. Up in numbers as Mel gets another. They and Bob in a 2v4.
What is that?
I had no idea that wasn't the plant though, and so it's able to get stuck. No Armageddon to speak of. Thea, the hero from the previous round, gets another, and all of a sudden we're back on road 2v2. Alexis on the aggro swing. Thea all alone. The demand for heroics. Again, but in a high-low like that, good luck. Shopify walk away with map 1, 13-7.
I mean, that Mel play is going to be in the highlight reel for certain. That was ridiculous. I mean, literally doing everything for the squad. You would think that that utility would be to set up Dodo Nut with the Yoru, but it was all a ruse. It's actually Mel who was the win contingency plan. The double Omen TP, just actual Flex Ninja stuff, some rank stuff to close out the map. But it did feel like they were in control the entire time, and you called that last round perfectly, man. I mean, once they get those rifles back up, I was so impressed with the awareness of Noya jiggling that up front B. Wow, what a map.
Confidence from the captain gets them over the line and takes us to split. We're going to throw it to a quick break. When we return, the series continues. Welcome back to Valorant Game Changers North America, presented by Verizon. I'm Doug. With me on the call is Dre. We just watched what had the makings of potentially being a comeback, but again, when you're winning halves by a mile, you only need to put together a couple to close the map out, and that's exactly what we saw on the side of Shopify.
Yeah, just a good use of the ultimates. It was the defensive side that shined the most. I mean, an 11-1 half from Shopify off of the back of, honestly, Dodo Nut and Mel. Huge moments on that defensive side, understanding rotations and just abusing the composition that FlyQuest were running. And I'm kind of worried that this could be a similar case for FlyQuest on the upcoming map of Split, if I'm honest with you, Doug, because we've seen the last time FlyQuest played this, not including, you know, the recent tournament, the Red Bull Insta-Lock, but, you know, Game Changers Stage 1, there was a solo initiator Teo comp again from the side of FlyQuest, and we saw how abusable it was with that operator of Dodo Nut. And that op on the defensive side of Split and put some damage in.
Yeah, you imagine that will be part of the game plan, especially for how clean the Dodo Nut was shooting, 23 and 9, and a lot of those were success off the op. And I mean, when you have such a good game plan put together, you're able to put your op in a position to shine. That's exactly what Shopify were able to do. And Mel had some outrageous rounds. Again, the aggro TP back C, it was Mel just making a play, and it worked out to perfection.
The awareness on the lurks, I just understanding the way the map was flowing. I mean, that's some real flow state type stuff that we witnessed out of Mel on that attack side.
We'll see how things look on Split. Again, that will be map 2, and this is for the number 1 seed heading into the main event. Both teams come into this undefeated. Both teams looking to grab that prize possession. But so far, it really seems like Shopify are the ones in full control here, Dre.
Yeah, and I think if FlyQuest want any chance of bringing this to a map 3, I think it has to start with winning the first pistol. I know it sounds a little cheeky, but that defensive side of Split is so important that you convert the pistol round cleanly, make a statement that, hey, okay, yeah, you may have rolled us on the last map, but we're here to play. It's not going to be free. Otherwise, you're going to run into a Shopify that's just going to roll you. They're just going to stomp all over you. They're going to that they're the superior team in the server. And I mean, they've looked like it so far. But yeah, if FlyQuest want a chance to bring this one back, you have to start off hot. You have to put down Shopify on your defense.
And that's obviously much easier said than done. I mean, you think about even just how they were able to kind of work their way through that. Even the fact that FlyQuest, were able to put together a bit of a comeback, understanding what the protocols were, understanding what the game plan from Effie's was, and how Mel wanted to call around the map. It was really just a matter of time. And so I'm inclined to agree with you. I think if the pistol doesn't go their way, you run into a position where you're potentially just kind of getting rolled again like they were on the opening of Lotus. Now, Split doesn't necessarily play the same way Lotus does in that regard, and so it's a little bit harder for that to come into fruition. But we take a look at the compositions. We've got the Yoru again, and there's that single initiator comp that you were talking about, Dre.
Yeah, I mean, we already saw it get abused on the last map, and yes, like you said, this is different, but I still think that you kind of approach it the same way if you're Shopify, and either controlling that A ramp area and kind of abusing the fact that there's only a stealth bot to take you out. I will say though, for FlyQuest, at least now that you're running the double duelist and not a deadlock, like you have those flashes from Lace, right, that can pop through smokes and try to catch out Dodonut, at least bait out the TP. So that will work into FlyQuest benefit. Like it's not as bad as Lotus, but it's still not a breach. It's still not going to be as strong at, you know, taking certain lines. Now, you might be able to overwhelm with actual site execs, but that's only if Shopify let you get to that point. We'll see how much Shopify decide on their defensive side to disrupt, and we'll see if this double duelist that's kind of gonna have to be forced to force the issue on the defense. Let's see if they can catch anybody off guard from the side of Shopify.
Just a couple of moments now from starting the round. Shopify on the attacking side. Much has been said about the double duelist comp that FlyQuest are running, and on defense, how do they execute around it? Forget about the double duelists. It's the initiators who are getting first blood.
Yeah, it was a bit of a miss smoke. Right there. That Astro smoke from Noya.
Doubling down on this, though, is Shopify, and Dodonut will fall. All of a sudden, FlyQuest are up on this pistol. And I think it's going to continue to be the case, unless, again, Mel can do something about it. Ghost and full armor. Mel in a really nice spot here. Now down to 20 HP. Feeling the pressure as Mel continues to cause problems for FlyQuest, and it's just not enough. For as many heroics as Mel can put together in that pistol, it will not come through. FlyQuest get it first.
Yeah, I feel like normally when you see that type of lurk smoke, it's really common on Haven. You think of A, you know, it covers long and short. That's kind of the same concept that Shopify were going for. The problem is with the Astra smoke, it's not as big as the Omen, right? So there was a gap on the left side of it that allowed the initiator of FlyQuest to just get a free pick right away. And once that happens and your set pistol kind of just like gets crumbled like that, it just snowballs out of control. Came down to a 2v2, but FlyQuest needed to start off hot, and they did just that.
This one pistol, though. We've seen how silly these rounds can get. Doesn't look like there's any silliness here, though. As Bob lets that outlaw rattle off. Switches to lighter weaponry. Still gets another kill. So it seems like FlyQuest should be able to get through this pretty cleanly. You've already got space being denied on the opposite side of the map, too. Shopify don't have a ton of options here.
No, yeah, you're getting crunched again. This Armageddon. Oh, good trade. I was going to say this Armageddon could actually be online for the bonus. FlyQuest would have loved for that to happen. Maybe you can get a spike plant. Bob is already here. Not afraid.
Peek out of that smoke. Exactly what Bob does. Noya falls, and pretty damn close to perfect. Bob gets 4, Shopify get 2. Or FlyQuest get 2, excuse me.
Pretty damn close to 2 ultimates. I wonder for FlyQuest if you decide to press the issue in one of the mains, get an orb. You can get a kill in the mid round, or on the side exec for Shopify, you get either that Armageddon online or the Raze ultimate online. Look at this buy, though. Look at this bonus from FlyQuest. It's kind of awkward, isn't it? Like 2 judges, a stinger, an outlaw, and a ghost. We'll see if Shopify are going to be ready for these judges in the mid. Luvilli and Lace. Forerunners of that. Such a slow approach from Shopify, though. Going to use their utility to fish out what the setup is. What is that?
That's a problem. Yeah, that's a problem.
Poison's off.
It's traded back, though, by Sarah. Noya might catch a little something here. Snappy out from the controller.
Yeah, that kind of opens the entire map, doesn't it? Now Bob having to pick up that A-ramp, but I like the proactivity in mid. That's a big 1v1 to win for Luvilli.
Noya's so steady with it. I mean, just... I know that's such a little micro thing, but... Noya's just so insanely talented individually. It's insane to watch.
It matters.
Meanwhile, there's the stun, steady aim once more. Sarah over the shoulder. The kills come through. Shopify on the board.
Felt very controlled from Noya, who was on an island having to deal with all of that A pressure. And honestly, she dealt with it perfectly, masterfully. Like you said, just very poised with it, very controlled. The shots, no panic when she was getting peeked, understanding there's an outlaw threat. But once that first shot misses, it gives you the confidence to swing out because only 140 damage could be done to you at worst.
Right.
Taking those 1v1s is absolutely massive, and it's going to be a strong point for this Shopify Rebellion roster. I think FlyQuest are going to have to try to deal with this lurk from Noya a lot more in this half, and that's why you see on the mini-map that stealth bot trying to re-clear that.
We'll find Noya, so you understand. A lot of the hit is towards B. Also, given the spam that Thea was dealt at the beginning of the round, only confirms those suspicions.
At least had a TP, but now that Yoru flash being used, Shopify Rebellion know that Yoru is on this site.
Not that one. Off the paranoia, the swing back sight. Dodo and Mel side by side. Crack the site wide open.
The spacing is perfect. It's all left up to Bob. He does get some spam damage, but this is going to be a tough retake. That being said, you have the Armageddon. Is it worth investing? Where do you even invest it? Look at how far back Noya is playing. I
think that's part of the issue. I mean, I'd argue it's worth it. It's early. It's round 4, but I don't know that there's a good place to do it.
The retake is done. There's no chance back in. Look at utility that Sarah has. Armageddon online of her own.
I don't know that there were ever really wheels to that one, but Dodo Nut falling makes this a little bit more interesting, and all of a sudden, there's a chance. Bob pops the ult, not going to connect. Noya from up in heaven will be the safety valve. Again, it's Noya. Shopify get to 2.
Yeah, what a reflank after that kill onto Luvali. Understanding that she can be the win condition. And yeah, FlyQuest economy is now broken because of that. You pointed out the spacing on the actual B execute. I was kind of surprised that Shopify decided to pull the plug on that with knowing that the Yoru is there, because it's likely that he starts the Yoru starts off A and TPs to B. So there's like a lot of firepower behind it. But the way that they executed and like how Dodo Nut was just holding default peak / rafters, and Mel is holding like the actual swing onto sight, it was just a 1-2 punch that FlyQuest couldn't handle.
There's just way too much. You're absolutely right. And now you've got FlyQuest on the slider buy. Eco's not great. And you take a quick look at Thea's money. That leads me to think they're going to try to get an op into the next round.
Yeah, you definitely want to get an operator on this map, especially on the Yoru. Be so mobile, but again, look at Noya. Not afraid at all towards the A side of the map. A lot of utility being used for the defenders in mid.
I don't believe there's a TP up for Dodo.
Look at the mini map.
Yeah, I mean, there's a crunch. There's a crunch is afoot, but Ace is waiting for it. Doesn't matter how long you wait. Shopify off of that kill, off of Noya, getting the pressure and ropes. They fully swing out with confidence. They get the kills they need, and they secure the round.
I mean, just completely dissecting the defensive setup of FlyQuest after they weathered the storm of that utility in mid. And again, it was all thanks to Noya. FlyQuest really got to do something about this A line, and it seems redundant to have to keep somebody there at all times, but the value that Noya's been able to accumulate, you are probably going to believe that FlyQuest are going to have to overcompensate now and lean maybe the breach towards there, get the stun on that line off of the stealth bot. Maybe FlyQuest are going to like go for like an actual punish. But she's been playing this A side of the map to a T so far, and just doing the right play multiple times, right?
Yeah, it's been free.
But I mean, you think back to even that round when she's all the way back in spawn, like, you know, this not being caught out in that timing is great too.
Flawless round comes through as Shopify take the lead back. And again, you imagine FlyQuest are going to be buying an op here.
Oh,
come on. Don't make me a liar.
Wow.
Nope. All right.
That is just...
Never mind.
That's so interesting. Maybe you could have bought a little bit more into the last round. Not that it would have made a difference, to be fair. But so far, Lace right now struggling to get value on the Yoru. And this time, Shopify trying to change the pace, use their Yoru ultimate towards mid to B. All signs leaning towards a B crunch here. This trap play in B main got fished out. Stop.
Oh, Mel. Again, Mel.
Just stop it.
Those frag clips that she's been posting on Twitter, yeah. And now we're seeing it. Now we're seeing it in officials. It's just dumb.
He said, yeah.
I mean,
it's been ridiculous.
Mel's just in such good form right now.
It wasn't enough, though. A little bit of an overheat there as the remaining members of FlyQuest, who didn't get picked off by that Omen TP, close out the round. Bob slowly crept up to that 7-4 score line. And I'm kind of shocked that Shopify lost that round. I think Illuvali hiding in vent, not getting spotted by the Yoru ultimate of Dodonut was kind of the reason why FlyQuest brought that one back. That supporting cast of being able to go into B heaven, clean up house. That was enough. It's a fast A hit. Mel's already in screens, Doug.
Early pit out from Lace. Massive play. And the X Factor arrives, but there's another X Factor on the other side. Dodo responding with two of their own. The spike is in such an awkward spot. FlyQuest are really comfortable here. Noah has to alleviate some of this pressure, and so far, some of that has been dealt with. When you take a look at the minimap, lo and behold, it's Mel behind enemy line still. And Thea has no idea. Thea has no idea. This round was an absolute mess.
From both sides.
Yep.
Now it's up to Bob to 1v2. Full utility to work with, though. The problem is you're up against double controller. You're probably going to have to face check smokes on your way in. You're already late to the rotate. Look, everything is smoked off right now. And to make matters worse, you're just going to get 3-2-1.
Yeah, they're not even giving, Shopify aren't even giving the fight right now. And Bob has to check everything. Literally everything. The Roomba will check back sight. You see the stars on the spike, and the intentions are clear for Shopify. They are not really concerned about taking this fight early on. A gravel off the spike. They're playing this so well. Shoulder now spotted, and now they know Noya. Danger. Oh, it's dangerous. There's not going to be enough time for the defuse. Bob gets the kills. And that one's heartbreak for Bob to get so close and just not enough time.
Yeah, it's a snappy transfer, but those are 50-50s. You know, you're in the 1v2. You think that they might lean back towards that A side or stay towards that A side, I should say. And you just guess wrong. And you know, there's nothing you can do about that. Now, because of how this back and forth affair has went so far, you still have a buy into this round. You could still try to stop any type of momentum that Shopify are getting off of that last round win. But I have to point out how fast Shopify have been playing these last couple of rounds. I mean, we saw a B split into a fast A hit, and now we're taking full B main control again. This is a B hit in the making. It's been pacey.
Just now getting past some of that one way. And just now getting up towards garage. But the intentions are there. The Rolling Thunder will send Thea flying. And the sight is theirs. Lace now dead. These FlyQuest have done a significantly better job of trading in this map than they did on Lotus.
They haven't been getting caught out by these lurks either.
Well, over-aggressing there, getting a little too antsy on the other side of the smoke. Really nice flash up from Donut to close the gap a bit. Bob was there, lying in wait. And again, the ult has been popped. Thea's going to tap the defuse, and that's going to draw out the missiles. Thea has to wait. Sarah is going to reflank. Sarah's going to reflank. Sarah's going to reflank. Thea get the defuse in time. Sarah's going to get the one, and that's a stop. 1v1 now. Time is short. Luvely 32 HP. And Sarah with the Red Bull clutch for Shopify.
Absolutely disgusting. Shopify have no right winning that round. FlyQuest did everything they could to get the trades in their favor. They even popped the showstopper to get the kill into B main. And yeah, you need a timeout after that one. You need to put Sarah on ice because that was cold. What a ridiculous 1v3. So crispy with those shots, Doug.
Just the perfect Reese flank through mid too. I mean, so much of the focus and so much of the aggression for FlyQuest was put on Garage.
Man. But the crazy thing is, yeah, go ahead. I was gonna say the crazy thing is Bob doubles back and just does a backflip.
Yep. Even with some of that awareness, it just wasn't enough. And so you're right. Yeah, timeout called, a chance to talk things over. Just the first of the half, not nearly the same level of desperation and panic as we saw on Lotus, but those are big. Those swing rounds, those do not feel good.
I will say though, you have lost 5 out of the last 6 rounds. So yes, it's not a time to hit the panic button in full effect, but things are starting to, you know, get out of hand a little bit here. The gun rounds haven't really been going your way. You've been kind of getting outplayed a bit, and the 1v3, I mean, that just feels terrible.
Old pop from Lace at the very beginning of the round. Try to snuff out Lace. So there was no help there. There was no plan behind it. There was, oh my gosh, there was nothing behind it. And yes, it's just pistols, but I don't fully understand what the game plan was there, Dre.
Have we lost the plot? I mean, you were looking good. I mean, oh, Sarah's not slowing down. Uh-oh. But yeah, you're right though, Doug. Like, what was the plan? I don't know what the plan was either. Use the Yoru ultimate to try to get a lucky kill onto Noya. Like, you don't have the breach to give yourself a fault line to set that up.
And I think that felt like that situation was the most glaring example of not having the value of a breach in conjunction with the Yoru.
Yep.
Right? That play we've seen so many times. The Yoru finds a person with the ult. The breach comes through. You get the kill. It's free. And then Thea tried pushing the pace too, and unfortunately just kind of swings into her own death. And Shopify get to 6. That one's a head scratcher, man.
I guess the play that they were going for was a paranoia to set up the shorty, but at that point anyway, it's so close range that you're just gonna see it. So maybe overcooking a little bit here, and you're gonna wish that you had that Yoru ultimate to retake, because the way that Shopify have been getting onto this B site, it's just kind of been for free most of the time. They've been using the breach Tejo to get onto site very well, very efficiently.
They're gonna try to fight on the other side of Garage. This is bold. There's a lot here. Bob is starting to rotate over. Sarah snaps onto 2. Now what? They take a step back?
Go ahead. Stand.
Armageddon to cause a bit more problems. Bob realizing nowhere is safe, but somehow still, amidst all of the calamity, finds a corner to tuck into. It's just delaying the inevitable, though. As Sarah gets 3 on the round, Lace is left alone. The flash is good, but it is not good enough. Sarah gets 4. Shopify gets 7.
Yo, so 2 rounds ago was the start of the 1v3. The round after, Sarah gets a 3K, gets Armageddon online. This round gets a 4K. Sarah is on a generational run right now on the Teo on Split. 16-4. Just an absurd showing. And look, it was a brawl in B main, and now it's going to be a brawl in A main. And guess who's here again? And guess who's probably going to get another 3K? Who's going to get another multi-kill? Sarah. Watch. This has been ridiculous.
Again, an aggro look. There's Sarah's 1. Dodo Nut swinging through. There's not enough utility to keep Shopify back here. There's just not.
Viper wall was missed.
Yeah, and a sting. You're right. That's adding salt to the wound.
This has been a dismantling of a FlyQuest who was keeping it fairly competitive.
Yeah, you know what? You're right. It does feel like in these last couple of rounds, it's a different game,
right?
A different team.
It just feels so so night and day from how the rounds were going. And yeah, we can say, sure, you weren't getting the best out of some of these micro situations, but it felt like after that timeout happened, for one, it was definitely a panic timeout because, you know, we got 1v3'd, but also like panic plays like that Yoru ult, it's just been snowballed out of control. And it's just rough right now for FlyQuest. They are trying things, but they're trying to force the issue a little too much. And Shopify are just well aware of that. They're just playing reactive with so much utility. Look, just waiting for a Yoru flash or any type of Q to go. This time, the smoke is a lot better. Covers that little gap on the right. Jeez.
Yeah, I mean, even, yeah, yep. Well, I'm really having a hard time figuring out for FlyQuest how they get back into this. Take note. I mean, it was an 8-4 half that, given how these last couple of rounds have gone, I feel like it should have been 10-2. Right? It should have been. It feels like it should have been way worse. If it wasn't for some of the early, or excuse me, a 9-3 half. If it wasn't for some of the early success that FlyQuest have found, who knows what we're talking about? If they don't win the pistol, who knows what we're talking about?
Well, I mean, that last round that we just witnessed was probably how the pistol round was supposed to play out. I mean, the fact that Mel calls it back on a gun round is just hilarious to me because she's kind of like, hey, we would have beaten you on pistol. You know what I mean? But this time, fixing the gap in the smoke, that's just a testament to the repertoire of a team like Shopify. The fact that they have so much depth that they're able to make like a adaptation to a pistol round they botched and run it in a gun round correctly. Like they're practicing, like they're literally cleaning up things in real time. That's just levels of signs of a team that are just levels ahead of anybody. Yeah. It's to get to that point, it takes so much work, and they have put in the work.
The team that's built, I don't know, brother. I really don't. I mean, this is a well-oiled machine that's full steam ahead. And when you're at your best, you can maybe compete with Shopify, but when you aren't bringing your A game, you have no shot. And unfortunately for FlyQuest, it doesn't feel like they have it right now. They maybe kind of had it at the latter half of Lotus, but yeah, this one got out of hand real quick.
It's a good start to the pistol, though, for FlyQuest. They have gotten onto the A site and taken heaven control. But that shot can't connect on a donut who's 10 HP.
Yep. That complicates the situation just a tad.
Good spawn right
Mel,
now,
again, upgrading to a ghost with full armor. Or light armor, excuse me. Take quick note of that. Meanwhile, Lace waiting for the rotation across the middle of the map, knowing it's inevitable. Spotted now, Mel is on the prowl. Traded right back, though. Onto Alexis and Donut. They're both so weak, but they have to try to figure out this retake. Meanwhile, Bob is already reflanked heaven. There's no way. I mean, maybe. Oh, no. That kill is huge out from Bob, and that should secure the round. Bob's just playing with Donut. The pistol goes the way of FlyQuest. Shopify's pistol woes keep kind of rearing their heads here.
Yeah. But can you rely on Bob to keep up this performance? I don't think you can. I mean, yeah, it works on pistol round. That's where mechanics shine greatly. But when the gun rounds come into play, that's where it seems to fall apart for FlyQuest. That's where it seems like they can't get the trades. Bob gets shut down. Maybe goes 1 for 1. And the rest of the supporting cast can't just make it happen. So flurry of utility being thrown. No one falling.
It's tougher. And that's the case for the team that doesn't have any real guns to fight behind. And there we go. Donut somehow getting to, I feel like they're just always good for at least a little bit of excitement, a little bit of drama in the rounds.
I feel like we've been scratching our head with a couple of these plays that we've been seeing today, but I think FlyQuest are in a good position to close out this anti-eco given the weaponry and the post-plant positions and Bob being in heaven.
I mean, any damage.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, that's a massive little 2K there.
Yeah,
Now you're still, yeah, at this point, I mean, Mel upgrading a weapon adds a little bit of flavor to the conversation, but if you're FlyQuest, given how the first half ended, you really want to try to get a bonus to pull this thing off, and you need all the weapons that you can get, and
you get none.
You get literally none.
That's as good of an eco round you get when you don't win the round, right? Like, I mean, every single gun gone. Look at the money. Like, do you buy now? Do you just go for it and make it a gun round versus gun round? But if you do, like, yeah, like you have light armors. I guess you can make it work. Everybody does have utility. You don't have the boom bot for Bob. But this is the swing round. If FlyQuest want a chance to bring this one back, to bring the series back in their favor, this is truly the round where it all starts. And it has to be off of the back of Bob in mid. Bob has to find another first blood.
Mel again finding her one, but this time there are a lot more numbers behind it, and so FlyQuest find a little bit of a window to get through.
Bob's able to walk all the way through B Heaven because of it. Noya did make sound here, so Bob should have the advantage and does so.
Noya falling, leaving Donut and Sarah on their own.
FlyQuest has put together a pretty good round here.
Yeah, and it didn't look like that would be the case at the beginning, given how, I mean, successfully, poorly the last round went. But Sarah getting the best of Bob. He is weak. Olivia's not much better off. This has some legs to it. These couple of kills have to come through quickly, because all of a sudden, this has the potential of a mess. They're playing close and they're starting to wrap around pillar. Given ones now, that should do it. Unless there's a lucky spam coming through for Donut, the time is short! Oh no.
No way.
Oh no.
No way.
Clutch.
Oh my gosh, the Red Bull clutch for Shopify.
There's no way. Doug, Donut was going to save. Like, she was looking at spawn, ready to get out. But the lineup? Oh my goodness. I mean, that's the only way Donut wins the round is if FlyQuest peek into her. Oh my goodness. How? I mean, that's got to be the final blow. That's got to be the death blow. It has to be. I'm calling it. That has to be it.
How do you recover from that?
You don't bounce back from a round like that. Oh. That was the swing round, remember. That was the round that FlyQuest needed if they wanted any glimpse of hope to bring this one back.
They needed to win the bonus. They invested into it heavy, and it was there. It was there. It was in their hands. And now they're back on an eco. Shopify knocking on the door of 11. Right, okay.
It's just FlyQuest getting picked apart one by one on the eco round. Shopify have a chokehold on this defense. Such a quiet approach though from FlyQuest. I kind of like this though, just to talk about how slow FlyQuest have approached this round. I know there's a B exec coming in. You kind of get some time to like regather your mental, right?
Spike down, B.
Yeah, and I also think like you're just looking for any sliver, right? Like any little gap, any little whatever, to kind of give you a fighting chance in the round. And oftentimes, when those rounds do go sideways, it's because there's a gap, right? Like something was missed, something was found, and they were able to turn a little pulling of a seam into ripping it open. And
yeah,
it just wasn't the case there.
Yeah. Well, nevertheless, the last timeout has been used for FlyQuest Red. They do have a lot of good ultimates online to try to scrap together a round win, but it feels much like Lotus did in the fact that Shopify Rebellion are just in the driver's seat, and they kind of have the opportunity to save up some of their own alts and use that money they have in the bank to just get one round and secure match point. And that's a tough feeling to play against if you're FlyQuest. That's not easy. You have to really have ironclad mental. And for what we've seen so far in this match, it just seems like when disaster strikes to FlyQuest, it kind of just really just snowballs out of control. And I think that 1v2 is as disastrous as can be.
Yeah, I mean, you go to sleep thinking about that round.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Meanwhile, Sarah still, 21-7 out from Sarah. If the dagger that Dodonut hit was not enough.
Yeah. Sarah's aim on this map of Split has been perfect. I mean, the flicks, the transfers, and it's all with a Phantom as well. It's been very impressive. But here we go. The gun round for FlyQuest. Could be the last one.
Oh, I don't think Dodonut saw him. Meanwhile, Care
Louvely.
Across from Louvely, yeah. I don't know that Dodonut's aware. Should have. But no ping.
Cutting through.
Nicely done from Louvely to catch Dodonut unaware.
Yeah, no scope did connect though, so Louvely will be sitting at 10 HP. That's the Viper's Pit that can't be used. Or, I mean, it could be, but you could just get spammed. But Showstopper into B Heaven should secure a lot of space on the B site. A lot riding on the shoulders of Melon back site B.
Has TP choosing to stick it.
Wisely so.
Getting the kill anyway. And then the paranoia is just gonna go for the TP play again, but this time Lace ready for it. Enough of the antics. Lace in a position to punch back. That's 2 for the duelist. But ultimately succumbs, leaving Alexis and Louvely in a 1v1.
And
Alexis healthy.
Louvely not.
No, and 10 seconds from the fault line is the initiator. Spike not even in hand for Louvely. What a mess of a round.
You're gonna have to start running
10
soon.
seconds left.
Yeah, and that's gonna give everything away. Alexis knows that they can jump.
What?
Right. That's how we all saw that going down.
What? You cannot make it up. With 10 HP and time against her, Louvely wins the clutch against Alexis. That is insane. Maybe, Doug, if this might be copium, maybe that's enough.
There's still a long way to go from that.
That would fire me up. I'll tell you that.
So a little spark, I guess. A little something added. As Dodonut's position has been given away by the drone right at the very beginning. Note, 4 out of 5 ultimates for Shopify. It's just Noya. And she's one off of hers.
Cover going up.
You gotta be careful for this judge at the other end of this smoke. This is surely a kill for Mel.
Oh, there are 2 here. They're starting to rotate back.
This time that.
Nothing is sure. Nothing is guaranteed anymore. Not with how these last couple of rounds have gone. AK and Bob both took a ton of damage. The paranoia is out. More attention, more distraction. The Spike is on the other side of the map. TP committed. Again, that Spike is in an awkward spot. Meanwhile, the TP onto the site. Thea falls. Heaven is FlyQuest's, but the Spike is not out. And so what? Maybe they try to contact and mid-round to B?
Mid-round into the judge of Noya? Mid-round into the Yoru breach ultimate? You're cooked. There's no way. I understand there's been some crazy things happening, but there is no way FlyQuest can turn this round around. I'm calling it. This would be the craziest caster curse of the century.
Noya taking a little bit of damage there from the nade. Oh, they're investing a lot here to secure this. Yeah, that's gonna put the finishing touches on that round. Shopify will get to series point off of the back of the Rolling Thunder, and then I mean, FlyQuest tried a funny look here. They threw all sorts of misdirection into that round. It just wasn't enough.
Yeah, it was extremely labored. But when your Viper drops that early on, it just makes it that much more difficult. You're only relying on your Omen smokes at that point. You don't really have that A lurk threatened anymore. The map becomes very small for you, and you kind of have to just do something whimsical, right?
Yeah, you got to try something. You're digging deep into the bag for that.
New ultimate used though, and I like how the rest of FlyQuest aren't peeking too quick before it.
Donut getting tagged real bad. Lace on the outside of the TP. And now the pit. That's such an aggro pit.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of teams use this pit in VCT. I'm not the biggest fan of it because the spike never gets planted inside of it.
Sure. But they have set their line of scrimmage, and they do want to fight for spawn. Heaven has to be a consideration here as well. Lace will fall. Kills traded back. And you've got Bob in such an awkward spot. There's really no way for Bob to get into the play here.
Oh.
Meanwhile, all is left to do on the site. The paranoia is going to connect. Bob falls, a 1v4 to stay alive. 0 shot. Shopify look dominant from beginning to end. They best FlyQuest 2-0, and they enter the main stage with the #1 seed.
Another dominant win of Shopify versus FlyQuest. And yeah, you just can't be making those mistakes against a caliber of a team like Shopify. They're just too good. They've seen it all. They've seen it all, Doug. They're not going to fall for anything. And yeah, it got a little bit scrappy, but again, Shopify were in the driver's seat the entire time, showing their dominance, and I just really playing like they had no pressure. Nothing in the world could bother them.
They take down FlyQuest 2-0. We're going to throw it to a quick break. When we return, the Verizon post-match interview and a little wrap-up of the show. We'll see you guys soon. Welcome back to Valorant Game Changers North America, presented by Verizon. I'm Doug. With me is Dre. We just watched Shopify have some silly moments and I guess kind of get pushed. But, you know, if we zoom out, if we take stock of everything we saw, of everything that took place, it was all Shopify all the way. They're still the best team in the world, and it's hard to argue otherwise.
Yeah, it's just very dominant. And, you know, we were trying to wonder, you know, in the beginning, how is Bob going to perform against Shopify with this squad of FlyQuest? Because the last time, again, that Shopify played FlyQuest, it was a different roster, but it just wasn't enough. And yeah, they got a couple more rounds than last time. It's just so dominant from Shopify every time. Look at these stats, 13 and 13. Every single post plant was converted. Clutches in favor. I mean, yeah, it was just a beatdown. A beatdown.
Yeah, and I think a lot of it too is, you know, we point at Dodonut, and Dodonut was exceptional, and we look at the calling, and the calling was exceptional. I also think the individual form that we saw from really everyone on the side of Shopify was, I mean, on point. I don't think we really had any moment where one of them looked a little lackluster, or one of the players on the side of Shopify didn't have their bright lights, their stage,
their time to shine.
Yeah, their time to shine. You're absolutely right. And so it's hard to look at a team that looks this complete and go, okay, yeah, well, you know, they might lose. Because FlyQuest was on paper supposed to be the one who can maybe hold a candle to them and really push them and test them, and that just was not the case today.
No, seriously. And you know, you listen to all these interviews of VCT teams that have been at the top for forever and how hard it is to stay at the top, right? And I think that that's the biggest narrative here, is that Shopify have consistently stayed at the top. I don't think a single other team has been able to do something like this ever in Valorant, you know, in any league. And it just shows so much, you know, so much factor into how much work that Shopify put in to continue to evolve and stay on the top of their game with even a different duelist, right? It doesn't matter who is inserted into this squad, they will always be on top. At least that's what it's showing like. And to not lose that hunger, I think, and that passion is the hardest thing ever, because as a person that has had that spotlight before, man, it can get real easy to let off the gas. And I just have so much respect for every single member on that roster to keep it going for this long.
Yeah, I mean, even just today, there were a couple of silly moments. You know, you think about the latter halves of Lotus. You think about how things looked a little funny at the beginning on Split, I guess, if you really want to split hairs, but it really did. It never felt like Shopify slowed down. It never felt like they let their foot off the gas, and it was just dominant from beginning to end. And I think on the other side of FlyQuest is, yeah, they came in as undefeated, and yeah, they came in with you know, a little something to them, and maybe they can stand toe to toe with NA's best. And while there were some cool ideas, I think some of the woes that we've seen out of FlyQuest in the past kind of reared their heads today too, Dre.
Yeah, I think they definitely got exploited with their Lotus composition. The Yoru just being able to get ahead of all of that solo initiator Teo utility, the deadlock. Yeah, it may work against a team that's weaker in stature, but when you're going up against the top dogs, you gotta come ready to play. And if you're already at a disadvantage with your composition, it's kind of like you're fighting an uphill battle before the game even starts, right? So I think this is like, listen, for FlyQuest, you're not out. You know, obviously you're still in good standing. You probably didn't go the way you wanted to, but you have a lot that you can learn off of this match, not only in terms of like maybe strategic aspects of your gameplay, but also, you know, not letting these moments when things don't go your way really snowball the rest of your game. Like, you need to give yourself a chance, and you need to be in it mentally every single round, no matter what happens. And I do think that today we saw FlyQuest crumble when Shopify ended up having some massive moments.
I do think part of it was that I agree with you. You touched on it on Lotus, and I do think it was kind of part of the situation on Split as well. I think there's some conversations that need to be had in the lab around the comp too. I think kind of there were multiple instances that we saw again on both maps where it felt like, man, if there was a little bit more initiator utility there, maybe you can make something happen in those spots. But either way, as you mentioned it, they're still going to the main stage. They may not have the #1 seed because that is reserved for Shopify Rebellion. We actually have Mel standing by for the Verizon post-match interview after that big win against FlyQuest. Mel, thank you so much for joining us. Always a pleasure to chat with you. Congrats on the big win. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling good. I like how I look like I'm the same height as you guys. Just gave me like an ego boost. Let's go. Yes.
Wait, what do you mean? You're like 6'4", right? Like the rest of us.
Yeah. No, I'm 6'5"
Right?
actually. I round down to make people feel better.
Oh, you're taller than us.
Yeah. I mean,
My
well, my chair's a little down right now, so
Mel, listen. You guys go through a roster change at the beginning of the year. You inject Dodo Nut into the fold, and from an outsider's perspective, it doesn't seem like you've skipped much of a beat. How have things been internally? Because again, it seems like you're just kind of slotting pieces, and the success doesn't really go away for you guys.
Yeah, things have been, since we picked up Karn, it's been pretty much plug and play. At least at the beginning of the year, it was pretty plug and play. Like, the meta hadn't really changed, right? Like, when we were playing, Teo hadn't been introduced. So we all had a ton of reps on our 4. It was just a matter of getting Karn in and be like, yo, here's some, like, your attack we like to do. But actually, we did have a little bit of, like, a bumpy road afterwards when Teo was released. It kind of took us a bit to get used to that because that's our first, like, real challenge as a team, dealing with the meta shifts with these 5. So it was a little bumpy for a bit, but I feel like now we have a pretty good grasp on the meta, and now that we know each other a lot more and like our play styles and how we want to play around each other with Karn versus Floor, is a little bit different. It kind of opens me up to do a lot more like aggressive plays. Maybe as you guys can see, I'm running it down. I'm in there.
Yo, I'm so glad you brought that up because I wanted to take the shift away from the team talk and talk about your insane Omen plays. Yo, like what has gotten into you? Like, where did this come from? Like, was this like thought about where one day you were in ranked and you were just like, you know what, I'm cooking here. I'm gonna bring this into matches. Like, where is this Mel? Like, where did this come from, Mel?
Honestly, it's a little bit of that. Yeah, I just felt like it is intentional. I swear I'm not inting. Like, I feel like such an inter, bro, because we'll get like a tier 1 scrim and I'll be playing like that. I'm like, bro, they must think I'm the biggest troll. I'm just a scrimmer. But I want to tell them, I swear I do this in matches too. But yeah, I just felt like, I mean, with this meta right now, I feel like Yoru and Omen make a kind of good double dive. Omen's kind of weird right now. At least with Teo, it's like, I feel like you can really get in there with your Yoru. You can TP in and do like really quirky stuff that you weren't really able to do before, because you have that double innie setup as well. So honestly, it feels good. It's pretty fun, and like obviously I gotta put a check on it sometimes. Like, I'm not gonna do it every round, but this is like kind of like a seeding match, so I was kind of running it down a little bit.
That exactly. The Lotus play on C to close out the game was just we lost our minds. And then
Bro.
I mean, we saw some hints of it on Split as well. And yeah, we talked about it on the cast, Mel. You were in incredible form, and it was a ton of fun to watch. I think you take that win, you have the #1 seed heading into the main stage. Obviously, without sharing too much of the internal workings and stuff like that, was there much that you can take away from this series that, maybe not even just from the series, but as the leader, as the captain for Shopify, that you want to and are focused on adjusting heading into main stage?
Honestly, nothing too crazy. I'm just glad that it was a nice clean 2-0. Not only did it not go 3 maps, but I would say it's pretty clean. I think it could have been like a 13-4, 13-4 realistically, but it's really important to us. We don't show too many rounds because we have promo relegation coming up very soon, like a little over like 10 days. Well, actually 10 days exactly is when our match is. So it's really important that we don't show too much of like our footage before really important like co-ed matches like that. So being able to get it nice and clean. And I feel like today was mostly us just punishing their mistakes. I feel like they made a lot of mistakes, which, I mean, it's pretty unlucky, right? They just flew in yesterday. They were in London for Red Bull Instalock, but I feel like it kind of showed today. They were kind of sloppy, and we were just capitalizing on their mistakes more than anything. So it was nice being able to like hide a lot of our stuff.
Which is the mark of a good team. I mean, being able to press where it hurts, especially when they leave those gaps like that, it doesn't get much better than that. Mel, we'll let you go celebrate with the team again. Congratulations on the big win. Best of luck in main stage. It was good chatting with you again.
Yep. Thank you guys. Peace out. Bye.
And that is going to do it for today. We had some really silly moments. We had a lot of 2-0s, and we had a couple of stomps along the way. Thank you all so much for joining us. This has been a blast. Dre, any parting words before we go?
Oh, I'm happy to be back in GC. This is where it all started, right, Doug? Me and you in Sao Paulo, man. That was the start of it all. So happy to be back working GC, and I'm excited to see what the future holds for it.
Shopify comes out on top. Evo come out on top. And we are done for the night. Thank you all so much for joining us. Have a good rest of the night. We'll see you guys soon.